Hey, hey, I'll take you right into the intro and then I'll behave. Sorry if you hear littles in the background. I'll mute as much as possible. They're all in the house, doors are shut, but she's all excited over a game. She's 3, and it's the Goldilocks and the Three Bears game, and she is just thrilled. So I will try to keep it down. Let's do the intro.
Home in the valley, home in the city, home isn't pretty, ain't no home for me. Home in the darkness, home on the highway,
I'm muted all this time and I'm just talking away saying hey to everybody, and I am so sorry. Hey, Mystic. Hey, Patricia. Good to see you. It's good to see you, Patricia. Hindsight, finish it. They need prayers. I'm literally near dead. We got you, girl. We got you. J Dobb, member for 23 months. Here listening as I finish dinner. Wow, thank you, J Dobb. That's amazing. 23 months. And hey, dinner sounds pretty good. Um, I didn't have to cook today. Just warm things up because there was so much food at the event. They had pulled pork, couple different salads, watermelon, uh, bean, a baked bean thing casserole, macaroni and cheese, chicken skewers, and Chick-fil-A chicken nuggets and hot dogs for the kids or whoever wanted them, because kids don't eat pulled pork. A lot of kids won't, and not the littles. Um, so there was ice cream and cookies and just tons of stuff. So I ended up with a whole bunch of stuff. They were passing it out to us as we were walking out the door. So I didn't have to cook, which is nice. The food was good. Hey, Lavender. Good to see you. I'm tired. I was stupid. I did. I pushed it yesterday. It was my own fault. My husband kept telling me, you need to knock it off. You need to sit down. Well, sadly, it came to the point where I had no choice. Yeah. Mm. And the AC quit working. And it's a big barn that they rent out at the fairgrounds. And the AC quit working. Oh, my Lord. And it was so stinking hot and humid outside. It was to the point where I had to go sit in the AC in the truck because I overdid it like a dummy. I was told to be careful. My monitor was going crazy. It was nuts. I silenced the alarm so nobody would hear it. But, you get it upstairs because no matter how much you try, you can't hide all the wires. They see them coming out from your shirt and stuff up at the neck and stuff. So, yeah. Anyway, the kids had a great time. And they got lots of cool prizes with their pirate booty. They played all the games and did all the crap boosts to get their coins, and then they go shopping at the pirate booty. And they have so much stuff there for them to choose from, and then they just keep going and earning as many coins as they want to and shop as much as they want. So they end up with a ton of stuff, more than. It was 94 degrees on us when we left Gulf Shores, Alabama yesterday morning. I can't imagine how hot it was on you. Well, today it was 93, but feels feels like 100. Yeah, it was hot today, and I got in trouble today because I took the freaking monitor off and I got in the pool with the kids. I called and told them I was taking the monitor off. I called the room. I told them what I was doing. I said it's hot. I got to sit out here and watch the littles. I'm getting in the pool with them. But yeah, so I got, lectured about that today. So I've been lectured all weekend. I really don't need anybody else to lecture me. But it was a fun weekend. And I'm exhausted from it, for sure. So, how's everybody else's weekend going? Hey, beautiful disaster. Good to see you. So, y'all have fun this weekend? I see, though I hope you guys don't mind, but I really don't want to replay Britney's live. Not yet. I mean, there's parts of it I wouldn't mind, but not today. Not today. And there's a whole new locale that has been staying under the radar, and she needs to be called out. And we're just going to start our little look into her today. But there's a video where she talks about being stalked and harassed, and that's what she's claiming White Boy was doing. But she's also claimed that Terry Lynn and Terry Lynn's people did it to her as well. Anybody that comments on her or reviews her, she thinks they are stalking and harassing her. And I don't know about the situation between her and Terry Lynn. Not that deep, not enough that I want to talk about it yet. But I'm digging, and I'm gonna, I'm looking. Um, she tries to say she's above the drama, but the bitch does all kind of shit behind the scenes, dirty shit behind the scenes. Mm-mm-mm. Another one of them. But that's none other than LadyFreedom. She's the second part of our live. Today, let's get. Oh, Betty is live again. Betty, you have 239 in your chat and you got almost 40K subs. Wow. Yikes, Betty. Them numbers aren't good. If you have 39.6K subs, you should have a hell of a lot more than 239 people in your chat. Yikes. But I guess an alarm don't go off, or a red flag don't, or a red light go off in your head. Nothing says, hey, wait a minute, I got almost 40K subs and I can't get 240 people in here. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. Yeah, she don't think that far ahead because she don't have competition with big channels. These guys, like her, and Brittany, and Spanky, and all that, they really don't. This tells you that people really don't want to watch them. Or don't fall for it. And I wonder, out of that 239, how many are hate watching? She do bad views on this one. For a channel her size, that's not the best, but it's not bad views. I mean, 3.7. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, that's because I didn't download it. You're getting a view. But don't, or did I download it? I might have, just in case you decided to remove, because you don't normally do that. But, oh, and LadyFreedom, honey, she's fangirling it hard on Bullhorn, man. Apparently, Bullhorn is sticking up for her and helping her with the restraining order against White Boy. Yeah. Bullhorn inserting herself into another situation that has absolutely nothing to do with her and being a busybody and giving the wrong advice. Because somebody reviews you, or you're back and forth with him. It took it to the extreme it went to. Take some accountability for your part in it. You're not the victim, and you're not a stalkee. You're not being stalked and harassed. You pulled the same shit on Terry Lynn. And I will get to the bottom of that. I just started digging on it. Just give me a minute. We will get there. But something tells me you messed with Terry Lynn, and I don't like how you leave Terry Lynn alone. Just don't even talk about her. I don't like the snide comments you make and stuff. And we're going to listen to it in that video, but you just leave Terry Lynn alone. Seriously. She don't be bothering you. Okay. Hey, Dev. Hey, Brittany. Hey, CJK. Good to see you. Thanks, guys, for coming in. I don't know if I've ever went live this time on a Sunday evening. I don't know. But I needed to do it live because I haven't been live for a couple days. And I've been getting out of the algorithm, and honestly, I am making no money from AdSense if I'm not putting out no videos that they can slap ads on. I mean, it's not that much, but every little bit helps. I'm kidding. I miss everybody. Okay, so this was just 5 hours ago, and honestly, Betty wasn't even on my radar. I'll drop the link if anybody wants to come out. You're more than welcome to come out. All I ask is that you be respectful and don't get me in trouble with YouTube. But but I'll be more than happy to drop the link if somebody wants to come up. Betty's gonna piss you off. and no surprise there. She pretty much says the same shit, only adds more detail to it. Betty is so stupid to realize she did the same and a lot worse to Chris and Katie than what White Boy did to that crazy lady. And BHB screams corruption but then gives advice. Yes, I agree. Totally. I have that email. I also have, and not just from her, but I have that email with the attached files of all the stuff she's claiming isn't her. But I also have the actual public record information. And I'm sorry, but the mugshots match up. Just say it. Just say it. And I chose to use a nicer picture as her cow head on my thumbnail. I know it's a cheesy thumbnail, but hey, you know, I'm learning how to use these new programs. So, they changed. Yeah. Anyway, and I honestly, thumbnails are starting to be a pain in the butt, but I forget to do them because I get so busy with the kids or just needing to rest. But anyway, no excuse. I'm just giving excuses, and I shouldn't. I need to get on my game. My thumbnails have been hurting lately. I'll get better. I will do. But anyway, I've got so many clips and stuff I want to put out. I've got started. I'm gonna get that done. I'm gonna, now that I'll have some help this week. Be nice so that I'll have time to do some other things. Anyway, so this is really gross. We're going to review some of this, and then we're going to get into LadyFreedom. And I'm going to be doing a couple lives on her because there's just this one I want to show to give you a little idea of who she is. But there's even more, and I'm going to go back. And I've got some clips from, when she started a couple months ago to now. And, my. You want to talk about misinformation and screwed up theories? But I'm telling you, in this live, she is such a Betty stan. She is fangirling it hard for Betty. It's gross. And every time someone talks about her now, she thinks she's Bullhorn, like Bullhorn, and she can threaten you with court and restraining orders. Yeah. It's crazy. The girl's going to tank her channel before she even gets going. I don't know. And these ones that get here, and these green team members have already built them up to 2,000-3,000 subs. They're tanking. Their views are going doon, because people are realizing, hey, they were all hyped for the green team. And that's all she does, basically. I mean, maybe 2%, 3% of something else. But yeah. Oh, yeah, them eyebrows are awful, Rocky. I don't know what it is with women and eyebrows on here, but on that green team. But Lord, I don't know. These women and their eyebrows. Slimy her. Oh, they're talking so loud in the house. I can hear them out here. Sorry, guys. I'm mute. Okay. That's why I'm outside, because everyone's being so loud. Anyway. There, I pounded on the door. They know that means stop. Well, I thought they knew. They actually get up and down. I'm pounding on the door and he's ignoring me. They're in there talking about a dang car race. Like it's that exciting. Come on now. It's a car race. But yeah. And for him, it's exciting. Whatever. I clean this table. I've been doing it twice a day because for some reason, every time I come out here, there's 3 or 4 little tiny ants on the table. There's nothing on the table. And it's clean. What the hell? So I had him spray because I don't know. Anyway, the kids torture them. The little one tortures them. All right. VHV may relate closely with the crazy freedom woman since they both apparently go without pants. Maybe they are cousins or something. Oh my God, I forgot about that. Thank you. Yes, they do have that in common. Yeah, they do have that in common. Oh, you drew a pretty picture. Wow, that's nice. Good job, little one. Okay. I'm not going to get no breaks. I got two adults in there with them, and they still come to the door for me for everything. That's insanity. No. Anyway, let's go. Several years ago, we had ants getting in the house, and I tried everything living room. Water is a pain in the ass, but I found some spray. I called, filled up and sprayed everyone I found, and they are gone. Yeah, this is outside. We have a screened in room. They call them bird cages down here around our pool, and half of the patio is covered. We were smart. We covered half of our patio to get you out of the direct sun. Um, so I'm outside. And I don't know. There's nothing on this table, and I keep cleaning it, thinking, well, maybe the kids spilled something, and I'm just not seeing it, and it's sticky, but there's nothing. And it's like, it's only just a couple, but it's every time I come out. If I go in and I'm not out here for a while, and then I come out, it's like, so I had him spray the hole underneath of the table, and I don't know. It's a patio table. I don't know. I don't want them here because the little ones bite. Okay. Oh no. Oh my God. Her intro is why she puts out in these case. Listen, no creator did that, you asshole. You should not be allowed to have that stuff in your intro. You're an asshole, Betty. No creator was using illegal substances while searching for Sebastian. Piece of shit. At least they were out searching. What were you doing? Sitting on your fat ass, running your fat lips with a bunch of lies and misinformation. Yeah. Good job, Betty. You caused chaos. You got arrested. You got put out on bail. You're still facing the ROs. And who knows? You keep pushing it. They may be waiting for your ass to show up in court to rearrest you. You just never know. Anything's possible. You deserve to be. You really deserve to be, in my opinion. But, oh, I'm going to put some music on because I don't trust these people. And I know that Freedom Lady's a striker and a crybaby. And, oh, salty lunatics. Whoa. About 10, I don't know, 10 months or so ago, maybe longer, maybe not quite 10. I don't know the exact time frame, but it was around there when that shit was kicking off on TikTok, and I was covering it because I was the one that brought it over here. Anyway, I had her over here once, and she was up on panel once, and things weren't what they were supposed to have been, and it's just I seen how she was handled, it was flip flopping on. I just seen how things were going, so I backed off. I backed away, and she started going into Queens, and then, but damn, girl, the shit you putting out here. How dare you take someone's childhood trauma, turn it into your vile content, and accuse her of lying about it? You have no fucking idea. You weren't there. Shame on you. Shame on you, girl. Mm-mm-mm. That is vile and disgusting. And I didn't share my screen. Well, that's a good thing we didn't get started yet then, huh? Thank you, Brittany. Yeah, I didn't even hit play yet. I'm still running my jaws. I'm pulling a Brittany J. All right. Let's go. Oh. But listen to this. At the end of Betty's... Listen to this. At the end of Betty's...
That law enforcement has specifically told him and him alone.
Listen, this is Betty's intro. She uses her TikTok videos as her intro. But the shit she says is fucking off the wall.
Listen. Him alone, not to reveal his timeline. Again, that's not something that is typical. Typically, the person that's the furthest away, their alibi has no relevance to the case. So since his has relevance to the case.
Bullshit. It doesn't. They all have relevance regardless, Betty. Regardless. You're an idiot for even saying that because it's not true.
That conclude that he is an integral.
What concludes is there's no evidence to go after Chris and Katie. Nothing. No phones. Where they were, I know law enforcement is verified. There's no evidence of all this abuse. Nothing. Or they would have been arrested. Quit lying.
Part of the Sebastian Rogers case. Let me know your thoughts. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to the Bullhorn Betty channels on multiple platforms and hopefully TikTok. God bless each and every. Instagram, Facebook.
There's another part I want to play.
Has no relevance. Specifically told his crystal alibi in our minds. These are
listen to look at this.
Out during search.
Listen to how she's trying to sound.
Motorcycle shopping during vigil.
They weren't motorcycle shopping, you asshole. And so what if they were? So what if they were? Not your business. Not your child. Not your time.
And we learned that they went to a motorcycle rally while law enforcement was still searching for their son.
No, they did not. Oh my God. She's such a liar. Betty, you still have to live. You have no choice but to go on living.
For many of us, these are very disturbed. Enforcement was still searching. However,
okay, I can't find it, but I'm not going to dig back into it because
that was also a lie. They had not seen them.
House like what? Hey.
She says that the searchers were on illegal substances while they were searching for Sebastian. We all know who she's talking about. She's such a lying piece of shit.
Hey. We are in the studio all day. This beautiful...
You don't have a studio. You're in your bedroom. Either sitting on the bed or you're sitting in your chair at your little desk or at the dining room table. I don't know. Stop it. Quit acting like you're a professional. You are as far from a professional as you can get.
Sunday. What a great day to be here.
Got pants on, Bullhorn? I hope so for a change. That'd be nice. Just, FYI, people would kind of like that.
And we are going to be taking a few minutes for those that are new to this channel. We do this book called The Language of Letting Go.
That you have no comprehension on. You do not comprehend nor understand anything you read in that book. It's maddening. It's so over your head. Wow.
Got it out of there here for almost a week and still haven't cracked the spine of it yet. So I see that there's a lot of people.
I think she has like a very expensive copy of that book on her wish list, or she did. It was several $100s. I'm like, you already have the paperback version. What do you need that one for? But whatever.
In chat, yes, we are going to be covering the Sebastian Waindrake Rogers case. And I know many of you guys are here because
there's nothing to cover. There has been nothing to cover. all you do is regurgitate the same crap with your misinformation and disinformation. Heck, red hot lies, and as false as you can get on the accusations you make. You have not one iota of proof of anything, but you lie and say you do. You are one of the worst so-called true crimers, really your crama, on the platform, in my opinion. You are a tragedy pimp. You exploit the victims and their families. You lie about them. You twist things. Congratulations, Betty. You're an asshole, in my opinion.
It says ghosted. Boy, then everybody's like, what?
CJK.
What you
I hear
talking
you
about,
having
Betty? We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Just sit.
You don't understand how to use your soundboard. And Betty, you don't have any bombs to drop or any explosive anything. And I think most people watch you to make fun of you. I really do. I can't believe that. I'm having a hard time just wrapping my head around that 3,000 people that have viewed this video actually watch because they want to watch your true crime coverage. Nope. I don't believe it.
Sit. We got
Hey,
Tim. Riots to discuss first, okay? The blessed riots in Los Angeles. I'm watching.
Oh no, she's not.
I don't know how y'all feel about this, okay?
Oh. Hey, I didn't load you. Stop.
Hey, what's up?
Okay, hey B Tim. How are you?
I'm good, the usual.
The usual. Betty's gonna talk shit on the riots. Voices has been streaming a lot of that last night and today, and I've been watching it. Oh, she's gonna mess this up. You know she's going to, right?
She's going to talk about the riots. I'm sure she's going to not have a racist view. I'm sure she will. I'm sure it will not be racist or stupid. By the way, I sent you.
Only bombs that are dropping is the ones in the toilet after her gray meat special. I joked about that yesterday.
Oh my God,
Lord.
right?
I'm like,
okay.
When they were uncovering the chicken skewers, I saw them like, that's not gray, is it?
Bro,
and they looked at me like, huh? And I explained to them, and they busted out laughing.
Bro, I mean, this lady is just like, just the dog shit coverage. She's still covering the Sebastian Rogers ghosted. It's like, lady, can you just stop? Like, it gets to the point of just like, there's no new information, you fucking whack job. Move on to something else, you grifting.
I agree. Is it hot in New York? It's hot here.
It's 65.
No way. I'm coming up. I want to be there instead. It was like 93, but it felt like it was 101.
It was hot yesterday, but not, to me, it's not really hot. You know what I mean? But yeah.
Yeah, it was just been humid as hell.
Yeah, it sucks when it's humid. You know how it is. I think that's nasty ass meat done tainted her head even more than before. Probably.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if she has like some sort of like fucking new type of parasite that's eating her brain, like those amoebas.
Yeah, I was gonna say, or she could end up with rickets. Yeah.
Do we know that an amoeba is not eating her brain while she's speaking?
Or they may be multiplying. She may be a breeder.
Who knows?
Yikes, Betty. Go to the doctors.
Bro, the one thing I will say with Betty is every time you stop the video is like literally a thumbnail moment that you can just make fun of. Forever.
Yeah. That's a good thumbnail with her mouth open because I could stick the bullhorn right in it.
No, that's like the mouth where she does like when she finds out she loses all the cases.
Oh, I'll tell you what, I am so waiting for the day that Queen can come on here and say, it's over. She's done.
Depositions are coming.
You really think Betty's going to show up for all that? I mean, doesn't she? That's a lot of money. Depositions can run into big bucks.
Yeah, that's why she's raised the money, and it is big bucks. But you know what? She's gonna come in, and she's gonna have to be in person for it, and she's gonna have to
Oh,
deal with that, and then she's gonna have to hire her own attorney and her own, do her own deposition, like pay for her own.
yeah, that's what I mean. Betty's got to. She's going to be forking out some cash. Oh, I don't have the speaker turned on.
Yeah, that's.
And she don't have. I don't know, man.
Oh yeah,
I don't think she can raise the money. I don't think she can raise it.
Yep.
Well,
We'll
she
see.
asked for it though. This is all on her.
She
This
better
is all-
start grifting.
Real hard, because Queen and her lawyer are done. They're done, and I think the judge is done giving you all this time.
By the
You've
way,
had 2 years.
on a side tangent, because we always have to mention Karen Reed. Did you see Hank runs across?
I got to see part of it. I wanted to talk to you about this. I wanted to do what I wanted. I'm blown away by everything that's going on with their so-called witnesses.
Do you believe that could you believe that was a defense witness on Friday?
No, I really didn't think. I thought I was
I
like
was
on the
like-
wrong day or something.
And I was sitting there and I seen him back up with the fucking. I'm like sitting there. I was like, wait a minute. Didn't we spend like 2 days with the medical examiner saying that there was no way there was no lower body in it? And
Yeah.
the worst part is when he answered, he said, "Yeah, but the car ran over his foot and shattered that thing." And I'm like, oh my god, that's exactly what Karen Reed said in her documentary, that she believes she ran over John's foot and hit him.
Yeah,
I sat there. I was like, what the fuck is going on?
I'm open. So therefore, they're admitting that she did hit him.
I mean, they're saying it's not likely like it happened, but they're saying that because of that test, it proves that she didn't do it.
Oh my Lord. Nah. Yeah, their witnesses, I'm sorry. I don't think it did anything but hurt them. I'm hoping that.
Well, what the lawyer thinks that the defense is doing a great job and they'll definitely win.
Huh?
Yeah, lawyers are just sitting there. There's only very few lawyers that are that disagree, that think Hank is doing a great job. Most of the law tubers online think that the defense is doing a great job and they're going to win. And Hank's an idiot.
Oh, are we watching the same trial?
You know what's funny? They say the same thing to me all the time when I say this, but we'll see. I always say we'll wait till the verdict. We'll see what happens. So,
maybe some law tubers eating their own words.
no, when you get 40,000 people in the chat and you get thousands of dollars to say one thing, you know what's up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Wow.
If you get 30,000 people in a chat and they're all sending you a bunch of money, that's usually how it goes.
I think Hank's doing a hell of a. I wish we would have had Hank the first time around.
Bro, if we had Hank, I think it would have still been tough because they didn't have the incriminating statements.
True. They have a lot more now, and they've gotten more in the day. Yeah, that's true.
You know?
But I'll tell you what, if she walks this time,
Well,
I'm going to be shocked.
well, you know what? It's always a possibility. You know what I mean? Like O.J. Simpson, Casey Anthony.
Yeah.
It happens when people are clearly guilty. Sometimes they get lucky. Oh, Fairy Meadow says sending love.
Oh, member for 6 months. Thank you for being a misfit for 6 months. Appreciate you, Barry Meadows. Hey, Sheila. Putting her 2 cents in on a horrible situation. In my opinion, the man in the White House should have been in prison before the election. Okay, that's my politics for today. Hey, I'm pissed off that fucking Chrisley's got pardoned. They didn't deserve to be pardoned. They should have done their time just like anybody else.
I'm against the whole pardoning system.
Mm.
I don't agree with presidents having the ability to release criminals.
Not under this case. This isn't, this, there was clear evidence they were guilty,
Yeah. Well, I just think I'm against the whole pardoning system. I think the whole thing is it's reeks of royalty, of kings and queens and shit like that. And it's a superseding of the judicial branch. And I don't agree with that. I don't agree with any pardons. And
Hey,
usually
book writer.
and it's usually just based upon political favors. You know what I mean? These people get pardoned for political favors.
Yeah.
Good, and so stupid.
Trump just made it. I'm sorry, but Trump made himself look like an ass by pardoning them, and now they're riding the media circuit about how bad No, they were guilty of what they did, and they did it, and they'll do it again because now they know they can get away with it. Because basically, they just did. They're going to make millions on getting the pardon. Millions. More than they had beforehand. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know who Trump really needs to pardon, though?
Who?
The Tiger King. I'm joking. That was a joke.
I
I think he would probably get a lot of people that would like him all of a sudden. Wait a minute, got the Tiger King out. You know what would be funny if Karen gets convicted and he just pardons her?
Oh my Lord.
I'd be
Hey,
like,
Mystic.
oh, that would be kind of funny. I'd be like,
You know,
oh my God.
Yeah, since old Nikki the Hat, and all them said that Trump was going to help them, how come Trump hasn't gotten him off parole? How come he hasn't made that go away for old Nicky boy? Since they're such buds.
Right? He should have helped Nick the Hat. Get out of it.
Yep.
I think he's waiting, though. I think he's just in case, He's coming in, just like he was going to come in this spring.
He's keeping that in his back pocket.
Yeah.
Hey, Mystic. Let's go, Betty. Embarrass yourself again, Betty. Do what you do best. Give us some show.
I'm kind of getting a little frustrated. I'm getting a little frustrated with media sitting there in Los Angeles, mainstream media. This is why I don't like mainstream media. This is a call to action for all mainstream media. Guys, we don't just have ears. We've got eyeballs, okay? Mainstream media, listen up. We, the people, have these things that are called eyeballs, okay? And our eyes are seeing the apocalypse break off behind you while you guys are here. Yes, Bob, we are out here in Los Angeles, and it is a mostly peaceful protest out here as we're watching.
What the hell have you been watching? Because that's not the coverage I've been watching. Yeah, some of the media tried to pass it on, and sometimes it was semi-peaceful. Was it ever peaceful? Nope. Have you not looked at what's going on, Betty? Oh my gosh. Thank you, Summer Girl, for the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Hey, Half Pint.
The entire blessed LA ablaze. Cut it out, mainstream media. Are you joking me? Like the summer of love. I mean, it's not funny.
And I believe the one fire you're talking about was from, I believe, I don't know if this is correct, but if I remember, because I watched so many hours of it, was from a tear gas canister. I could be wrong, but I think that's what may have started it. If that's the fire you're talking about, Betty, I don't know.
But there's a part
Hey,
in
Lady
it where
K.
it is funny. You got a man up there, with his microphone. Oh, yes, it's mostly peaceful out here. As a car that is on fire is rolling behind him. Mostly peaceful. Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I am. Oh God, I can't believe I'm saying this. But I don't know what whack job you were watching that said it was peaceful, because that's the kind of people you should be watching. But it don't surprise me that you watch that kind. Watch the real news, Betty. There wasn't nothing peaceful. I mean, peaceful is when you're not throwing shit. You don't have weapons in your hands, and you're not needing to be tear gassed or have beanbags or rubber bullets shot at your ass. Yeah. I don't know what fly-by-nighter you're watching, but you really need to quit watching them. I don't know, B. Tim, have you seen the coverage like she's talking about? Because all the coverage I've seen is not like that. And none of the people that I've watched reporting on it have, I don't know, said that it was peaceful. I mean, how are you going to say it's peaceful when They're shooting off tear gas canisters right and left. And today they were using, I don't know if it was beanbags or rubber bullets or what but yeah, they weren't playing. I mean, people had weapons in their hands. They were destroying things. That's not peaceful. She watches some whack news. Hey, TRPP, True Talk. I'm here in Cali. It's bad out here. I have family down there as well. Oh, no. Well, I hope they're okay. Hey, Ready Freddy. I hope they're safe and away from it. Yeah, I don't think it's going to end. I don't know. I'm hoping it ends well, but I don't know. It's pretty crazy. But she watches some white people that are saying this stuff.
LA mainstream media, I don't know what you call mostly peaceful, if that's what you call mostly peaceful. Because to me, they burning it down.
Oh, no, Betty. I can get maybe why some of them, I don't know who you're talking about as far as mainstream media, because like I said, the ones I'm seeing are showing what's going on. But to some that have been involved in the riots before, it may seem peaceful compared to 100 businesses getting destroyed and burnt to the ground, people getting hurt, cars being overturned. I mean, it gets, there's been some really nasty riots, Betty. So maybe they were in those riots, and to them, this is semi-peaceful or somewhat peaceful. Compared to the other ones, it may be, but I don't want to see this escalate to that. And I think that's what law enforcement and the National Guard are trying to avoid. I don't know. I could be wrong, but anyway. You still with us, B-Tim?
Things down, setting things ablaze, beating up our law enforcement is not mostly peaceful. Okay, so let me give mainstream media a helping hand and an education on what the American people perceive as mostly peaceful. Okay, America believes mostly peaceful is a Bullhorn Betty protest. Okay,
how is a Bullhorn Betty protest mostly peaceful when law enforcement was called over 50 times at one of your so-called peaceful protests? You carried on like wild banshees. You played a baby crying over a loudspeaker at night. You made the neighborhood right there so obnoxious the people that lived there couldn't be there. Oh my gosh. Wow.
Many people in America, when we start seeing the summer of love type of protests, we're putting crap up on our windows like we're about to have a hurricane. Okay, that's not mostly peaceful. We have the National Guards coming in. And let me just be very clear. No offense to you, Californians. We have a lot of people, a lot of great, beautiful people that love the state of California. We have a lot of beautiful people that love the state of California that don't believe in the political ideology that I do. And that's okay. Okay? But, and this is a big but, we're all Americans at the end of the day, and you cannot tell me that Californians want to see this nonsense on their street. I'm sorry.
So the lady that is against bullshit violent protest, who is now, she's against it, but she wasn't against it when she was doing it in front of Quentin Simon, harassing a person in real life to the point where an order of protection has to put into it.
Mhm.
And also now she's clickbaiting, talking about what's going on in California, and then saying that somehow there's some new information with the Sebastian Rogers case. It's her
Right.
race. Is that what she's basically doing? Because that's why I was keeping quiet. I was listening.
Yeah. I mean, this is a woman that had. I'm sorry, I was muted. I muted so you didn't hear the noise from the family, and I'm sorry. But this is a woman that created such a chaotic scene that law enforcement was called 50 times.
And this lady's gonna tell people about violent protests and all this stuff.
Yeah,
Okay.
where she had people so worked up, her and Molly and Dolly.
Question: how many people were arrested in the Quentin Simon?
What's 1, 2, 4, or 5?
Probably more.
Really? Maybe.
Yeah.
I know Dolly was one of them.
I know Dolly was one of them, and he assaulted someone. Now he might have not went to jail for it, but he got lucky. He got lucky that lady was batshit crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Davis fam. Hey, Spill Tea. Hey, veteran. Freddie. If I didn't see you, I will see you.
Hello, Lady K. They're just batshit. I mean, like, that's the thing. Like, she is basically sitting there and saying that this she's going to comment on it. But what's really fucked up is there anything, like, why is her title only talking about Sebastian Rogers when she's talking about this?
Mm-hmm.
Like, isn't that kind of
clickbaiting?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like, this is a woman who was more than happy to play a baby crying at night over a loudspeaker.
Well, she threatened to get a gun.
Yeah.
She threatened to get a gun.
Yeah, she sure did.
Okay. Why is she reporting on our state? She doesn't live here or come here, or nor does she understand what it's like. She just rides the trending topics. Yeah, I mean, she does. She probably was watching Ekamel and like other successful channels, and say, "God damn, they got some good views. I want those good views. Let me see if I can give my bull." And also, she has like the dog shit political opinions. You know what I mean? And if she ever,
and I tell you what, living in Cali, especially a big section of the state, it's a whole different ball game. I lived out there for a couple of years. It's a whole different ball game, and this was 25 years ago. I can imagine now. I still have family out there.
So this is why she's covering. Ikamel did it 17 hours ago, and he got 129,000 views for a 2-hour stream.
But today, the media she's watching, I don't know what media she's watching, because we're playing live on Voices. When Voices is playing, it's live, and no one's saying it's peaceful.
Yeah. Well, she always has to like put her dog shit fucking opinions, because she has to inject her own politics and shit like that. And that's why people don't like her. It's like people want to listen to true crime. They don't want to listen to fucking politics. Or if you know what I mean, like most of the time, you know what I mean? It's a different crowd of people. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's just a different crowd of people. If they wanted to listen to politics, they'd like tune in to, one of their favorite politics channels. I don't know. I don't watch politics channels. I used to watch a lot of them, but I feel like they rot your brain a lot, and I feel like it's a lot of echo chambers and bias confirmation, stuff like that. You know what I mean? I just don't really. If you want to be neutral, you don't want to be in that type of situation.
Nope. Okay, Betty, continue making yourself even more disgusting if that's possible.
Not sorry. I'm a human being, and there's no way that me as a human being would want to live in something like this. Therefore, I don't believe any Californians would want to live in something like this. Okay? So I'm hearing that, California wants to detach from America. Guys, if you're in California, it's time to move, because I'm going to say it like this. I don't care. I really don't care. If California wants to be part of Mexico or be their own damn country, at this point, I don't care. Put up a flipping wall and let California sink, because they are on a roller coaster ride straight to hell. I'm sorry. It has been coming for a really long time. Why is all the problems always in California? The funnel with all the narcotics coming into our country, according to our Polk County Sheriff, which I trust and respect, Grady Judd, is saying that airport, LAX, is the problem with all of this shipment of
No, it's one of many, including right where you live, Betty. We got
Okay,
the
so,
airports and the water just like
I
Cali
just
does.
I just Googled it. I says, where does drugs come from into Florida from? And they say drugs transfer often use these small, mostly unmonitored airstrips to smuggle drugs.
Mhm.
So I didn't see the LAX on that one, but whatever.
And we have a ton of those down here. In fact, some people don't even know exist.
Well, it depends on the drug. Like fentanyl, I think that shit is the products, how to make it, the materials come from China. They come from China and they get transported through Canada or the Mexican border. That's usually how it goes. That's what my understanding of it is. Fentanyl is a pretty bad situation, so not great. Then why is Trump not targeting Cali? Let me see. She only all about shitting on LA because SF investigates. She's ignorant. Yeah, I mean, I try not to I try not to have a comment on that. Yes, it's very bad. Yeah. So it's like that's the truth of the matter is. So I don't know. I think it's
and Betty telling people to hightail it and run. Why? That's their home. They have every right to stand there and fight for their home.
Yeah. So I just think she's commenting because, and the honest truth, if she wanted to make a live stream about this, that'd be fine. She can have her dog shit opinions on this stuff. That's it. But why the fuck is her title stated Ghost of Sebastian Rogers, Hintonville, Tennessee, Chris Profit, Katie Profit? When you're talking about LA riots.
I agree.
Are you kidding me? Just
get people in there.
And by the way,
a channel with almost 40,000 subs only had 239 people in chat.
I personally think she buys her views. I think I don't believe she gets 3,000 people watching, afterwards review watching. You know what I mean? I just don't get it. When you only have 200 and something and you're got 3,000 views afterwards, the math ain't mathing. Math ain't mathing.
And California is like any other state. There's beautiful parts and there's bad parts, just like anywhere else you live.
Wait, look at the top. Look at the top of the thing. It says Ghosted, Sebastian Rogers, Hintonville, Tennessee, Chris Profit, Katie Profit. It says it right there on the top. And it's 20 minutes in. She's talking about California.
Oh, wait till you hear what she has to say about Katie and Chris. That's the only reason why because I was just going to do LadyFreedom today. But that's okay. We'll start her after this. And we'll venture another day. There's too much for one day anyway. But Betty's just wild. She's just wild. Hey, hold on. I've been on the sand twice today, 30 to 40 miles south of LA. If it weren't for the news, I would have no idea what's going on. As well as all these people out here enjoying the beach. Betty Jelly. Well, she says she's been in the studio all day. Florida has done big numbers on drug imports forever. Yeah, sure have. I live here, I know. Hell, my aunt found a bell when she lived in a really nice ritzy area in Miami. And yeah, they had little private beaches. She found a bell before them. turn it in, of course, but
narcotics and other substances into our country. And we've got politicians, not people that are living in these communities that are ablaze, but the politicians that have those nice, beautiful fences around their home are saying, we want to welcome everybody. Who wants to welcome this nonsense to their front door? I'm sorry. I'm a human being, and I don't believe any Californian wants this. And no matter how many politicians want to sit up in a camera, you cannot convince me that California voted for this. So the National Guards have been deployed. I have a funny feeling the streets in LA are going to be very much cleaned up. And if people have a problem with it, oh well, it's your problem to have. I am not having a problem with it. These people are here illegally. They're waving flags of another country while burning down ours. Get them the hell out of this country, period. Enough said. If anybody doesn't understand where Bullhorn Betty stands on this situation. This.
Okay. And you're entitled to your opinion, Betty. I agree with the burning of the American flag while you trying to stay here in this country. Nope.
This is not screaming,
hey,
we want to stay in your country.
Hey, Mitt Mama.
Okay? This is not screaming, we're law-abiding citizens in your country. Okay? If something happened to you or I and it didn't go our way, do you think we would turn and do this? So if they have this in their heart to do this kind of destruction, do we really want them here to begin with? Are these the kind of people we want to let into our country when they don't get their way, they burn stuff down? Hell to the nah. Okay, I'm done with my soapbox. Let's move on. Thank you for bearing with me.
I agree with not destroying stuff, because at the end of the day, when you do that, it's not the government you're hurting. It's the people that live there, because they're the ones paying for all the damages.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you have a situation like that, I think it escalated due to other things. I think there were people that going out there to peacefully protest, and I think things escalated.
And there was people that weren't going out there to be peaceful.
Yeah, and there's always troublemakers. Some that come in and see like a big crowd of protesters to just do shit so that they can get away with it. And it's a very messy situation when you have because you have to realize that, it's a very complicated situation. It's not like as simple as, just deport everyone. You know what I mean? I think my opinion on that, if I'm going to give my opinion, I'm for deporting criminals, getting rid of the criminals. But I think people who aren't criminals should have a pathway to become citizens. That
are here doing it right, just trying to have a better life for them and their family.
Yeah, I'm more of like, if you're a criminal and you're in a gang, you need to get the fuck out. But if you're like a person that's like no criminal record, you're working a job, I think there should be some sort of pathway for you to become a citizen. I believe the border should be probably sealed up, so no more people can go in there, because it pays for the cartels. The cartels make a lot of money from smuggling people in. They track these people down. They have to pay back these cartel members to be escorted through the border. So that needs to be sealed up. But I think the people that are here who aren't criminals, there needs to be some sort of middle ground to allow these people to have a pathway to citizenship, and a lot easier than what is being discussed. But I don't believe in villainizing groups of people because of a few bad apples. I just think that's a very ignorant way to think, because that's been done in history a lot, and usually that results in a bad ending. So that's my opinion on that. And I think Betty's opinion is kind of ignorant, to be honest with you. But yeah, I think everyone would agree with my opinion. Maybe not everyone, some people. With all due respect, if they cross the border illegally, they broke the law. That is true. But then you have a situation where you're dealing with people that have families here, and you just, I don't know. I mean, it's a tough situation, because you're not dealing with just like some one person. You're dealing with families of people, and it needs to be that. I get it. They broke the law. It is what it is. But it is, sometimes you got to figure out a middle ground. That's what democracy is all about. You know what I mean? dictatorships tell you people to do one thing. Democracy is about figuring out the middle ground where not everyone's happy.
Hmm.
And that's what I think needs to be done. I
And
think,
sadly, our previous administration left us with this mess,
and
created this mess by opening up the borders.
and I would say sealing the border so that the cartels don't make more money from basically, people being smuggled over is just a smart move to do. And then getting rid of the criminals and figuring out a pathway for the people that are already here and just deal with it like that way. That's just my opinion. I know people are not going to agree with me. People might say just send them all back, but I think that just alienates more people than actually helps. And it's not a smart move. It's not tactically a smart move, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, Michael, that on Swamp Donkey, that was good. That I laughed my ass off, and she is so upset about it. She's so pissed, and she can't. She's never going to admit, but she's pissed.
Which Swamp Donkey? There's a few.
Swamp Donkey Craigie.
Oh yeah, that guy. That was kind of shocking to see. I didn't think he was into that stuff.
I'd be embarrassed too if that was my husband or boyfriend and partner and it got out. I would kind of be. I don't know, maybe because if you're in a relationship, I don't think you should be looking at shit like that. But that's just me. I'm old school. I'm old school.
Yeah, I think with today, there's a lot of that stuff flying around.
Yeah. Hey, Lucia.
I think the problem with me is that you probably should have not. Number one, made it so public. Number two, why are you following like 65 people on your official account, which is posted on your wife? You're embarrassing it's not his wife, but the significant. You're embarrassing her. Everything he does is embarrassment. It's and it's kind of gross, man. It's like, bro, what are you doing? Like, it's nasty. I don't know. Seems very nasty.
Mm-mm. It does. Hey Kay, how are you? I'm doing. Hey Brianna. Hey Tattooed. Kimberly.
But the nursing homes better be careful because Craig is looking. Bro, I was like, why is he looking at 70-year-old women? I mean, okay. I mean,
some, but some, have you ever watched that reality show, the Cougars? They're 70, 80-year-old women with men in their 30s or younger.
Yeah, some men are into it. I get it.
I'm sorry, but that 83-year-old looked 83. If you get my meaning, some women are lucky they age well and they got the money to do the right things and they look good, and some some of us don't. And he was like 27. It was so obvious. It was all about the money, but it was gross the way they would make out and shit on the show. It was gross.
Yeah,
sorry.
It's definitely odd. But
you should have seen the people in the restaurant looking at him when they started kissing.
Yeah, they're probably thinking like, why is this grandkid kissing his grandma?
Yeah, French kissing in public. It was gross. Yeah.
They're probably thinking, okay, this lady must be rich. He's like the sugar daddy.
She was. She did take care of him. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
in fact,
okay.
Most of the women did take care of the younger guys they were with. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it usually goes.
Just like with most of the older men that had the young bimbos.
Yeah.
They paid for all the plastic surgery to try to make him look like a Barbie doll. They supported her. Yeah.
I don't understand this whole plastic surgery stuff, but that's just me. It's just weird.
And not to look like somebody else, just be you. Why do you want to be a plastic doll? Makes no sense.
It's weird, but who knows?
Hey, Bathtub Mary. Well, they aren't married. Yeah, they're not, as far as I know. I mean, but they're still. They've been together a long time. They got 2 children.
That's one thing Brittany J doesn't know too much about the bathtub. Because she doesn't take a bath. That was a joke. That was a little bit of a delay. Thank you. I thank you for not leaving it completely dead air. I know it was that.
No, I'm sorry. I gotta not look at my phone. Okay. That's probably bad.
But I think I just said what everybody was probably thinking in the chat, or at least the majority of people, because we don't all think the same, and I'm perfectly fine with that. Sebastian Rogers, as you guys heard through the intro, there's a lot of things going on in his case, none of which I believe if it came out of Chris and Katie's mouth. That's Christopher Proudfoot and Katie Proudfish. Sorry. Hashtag Christopher Proudfoot and hashtag Katie Proudfoot. We're not going to be in fear of hashtagging over here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. I'm just saying.
Fuck is that?
She really doesn't get how to use a soundboard.
Yeah. You don't usually have a clapping soundboard for yourself. It makes you look desperate and pathetic.
And Betty, what the hell are you going to do if by some unforeseen miracle, when you go to Tennessee, if you ever get there, and what if you're rearrested, Betty? What if you're recharged? Because that's not off the board. It's not off the table.
Yeah, like you're going to get an appeal. Your appeal's not going to go through. You're going to have to deal with that. And not only that, you have to deal with the fact that this is going to continue on. He's going to do a renewal on you because he's going to show these videos and say, this lady hasn't followed the order at all, and she continues to harass me. Can we get a continuance? And
the thing is, as long as it's taken, Betty, you haven't been able to raise the money you claim you need. I don't even know if that's what you need. That's what you're claiming. But the year would have been up. And if you'd have just shut up, it'd have been over. It'd have been over.
And look at this, like, is this the numbers you really want? Like, I get it when you were grifting, when she was grifting for like 10,000 views or 15,000 views, she was making some money. But is it really worth it going at and just constantly going at Chris and Katie for like 200, 300 people in a chat? Because you're not making money from views. Even if you got 100,000 views, you're not making money from it. You make money from memberships and donations. That's it.
You get a couple bucks. I think I get like $8 and something cents. It changes every day. It can go down to as little as 6 and go up to as much as 10 per so many views. But you got to get them so many views to even get those couple bucks.
Yeah, and it also depends if like I'm on the panel and I curse too much. It's like, Big Tim, damn it, Big Tim, you cost me $10.
Hey, I've been cursing up a storm, so yeah, you can't help it sometimes, especially with these people. It's total frustration.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, she's just like, it's like it doesn't even make sense that she's doing this at this point. Like, it's not the views are not there. She's just there's no new information, and you're not helping anything. And even like, I don't even think Seth has covered his own. Like, he hasn't even done anything really.
No, but go into their chats and support them. Mm-hmm. Which again, I don't understand. But
she looks worse because she is getting older and she's eating terribly, and she doesn't exercise.
Hey, Whispers. Seth is hiding, you think? It was worth the risk, as that's the only way she was getting numbers on YouTube. And Lord forbid she get a job outside of YouTube. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Yeah, she's trying to finagle enough money to go live in Idaho for 6 weeks. On top of getting these legal fees paid for.
Lady, I'm going to tell this, Betty. I don't know if you're going to watch it. Probably not. But lady, you're not going to get into that courtroom for the Kohlberger case. Mm-mm. That shit, they're talking about building a motherfucking tower on the outside. People are trying to jam themselves into there. Have the big networks. You are not going in there. You are not going to get a chance to get in there at all. You're wasting your time. Focus on the live streams. That's it. That's probably the best advice I'm going to give you, Betster. Because that Kohlberger case is going to be a fucking clown show.
Yeah, it is. And they're going to limit who's in there anyway. All she's going to do is sit there and stream from a hotel room. Isn't that what she always does?
Yeah. I mean, like, she goes, the funny thing is, last time she went down there, she's like, Goes all the way down there, and she live streams in her hotel. She doesn't even go into the courtroom.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Like,
ouch, Duke, quit clawing me.
Yeah,
all right.
Duke, get out of here, Duke, before we send you away.
He's mad. I gave him his last treat. He's mad. I didn't bring no more out, and he sees the wrapper, which I'm now throwing away.
Duke, you're fat. Get out of here.
He is. He's a big cat. He needs a treadmill.
He needs a treadmill. If you have you walk 300 times around the block or something. I don't know.
Yeah, he's been lazy. He doesn't even want to go out in the yard for his walks on his leash.
Lazy cat.
All right, Betty, entertain us.
And another thing we're not going to do is we're not going to have a governmental body tell us how to think or speak. Therefore, I do believe, along with some people in our audience, I am very, very sorry, Seth. I know you don't like hearing this because I know how you believe. So you might want to turn your speakers off. I'm giving you a heads up before I say it if you're here. Turn it off. I'm giving you a few moments just in case you're fumbling around and can't find the volume.
Oh, you know he's not.
I believe Katie Proudfoot killed her son. I believe she strangled him. Okay? This is my true belief.
God.
This is what I have believed from the very beginning. But because...
Wow. Betty. And they're just going to let her keep sliding by. Just let her keep sliding by.
Unfortunately, the states have not caught up to like actually trying these people, these online harassers. I mean, Turtle Boy is still harassing people.
Yeah.
And he's still not in jail. He's just waiting on the case, and he's still like just harassing witnesses and stuff like that. And he was literally to this weekend sending pictures of Hank Brennan's wife.
Yeah.
With him. It's like, the fuck you doing, bro?
And it's like, how can he still be out on bond doing that shit?
Yeah.
It doesn't make no sense to me.
So it's like, unfortunately, our justice system has not caught up to these fucking online nuisance. But it's starting to, like in some countries, you got like the Philippines, you got the fucking South Korea, Japan, they're cracking down on these people. But the United States is very slow when it comes to it, and they need to crack down on these people because it's just getting ridiculous at this point.
Yeah, it is. It's totally, and the more they get away with, the worse they get.
Yeah. Oh shit, Miss Brittany says, Kathy, you better look out. Craig might think you're a hot mama.
Oh dear Lord.
Did you?
Not showing my face.
You showed your face. He already has that saved. He probably has it saved in how did Dolly used to say? His Spank Bank? Dolly with his laptop, you're being saved in Spank Bank. Remember that? We hear the recordings of that.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Mom.
You remember shit too well.
I remember listening to that recording. It was like so jarring to hear Dolly's like saying you're gonna be in the Spank Bank, and he had like a laptop. It was alleged he had a laptop full of like materials in there for his own private news.
Yeah, he did. I remember that. Mona Lisa says, I like you and beat Tim together. Just saying, oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, Craig is. Yeah, that is true. Yeah. That is true talk. I'm not going to repeat that, but that sounds like that's what I was thinking when I saw those photos that he was looking at.
Yeah, I get it. Hey, Beer Can, good to see you. Hey, Aggie, how are you? Dirty Dylan. I couldn't, but boy, I laughed my ass off. I was like, you gotta be kidding. But that would be embarrassing. I can understand how Brittany feels. But who she should blame is him. Bro. No one else. Her anger should be at him.
Well, I mean, like, my piece of advice to Mr. Craig would be like, this is my piece of advice. If you've ever listened to this, doubtful, but whatever, is that you got to just admit it and laugh at it. You got to just jump on and be like, yep, you got me, guys. You know what I mean? Just like, yeah, I'm into that type, and I did have those, was following for that reason. You joke around about it, and that's it. You know what I mean? It's as
Yeah.
simple as that. I mean, it's not like he was looking at underage girls. He was looking at adults.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, he was looking at adult women.
Yeah,
You know?
what I mean? It's not the
I
worst thing in the world.
I think it's wrong
funny.
because you're in a relationship.
Yeah.
That's my only, but he's a grown ass man. He can look at what he wants to. Ooh,
Yeah.
gross, but that's on him.
It's gross, but like definitely something that he could just joke about, and then just basically keep it moving.
Right.
The next time, private his Instagram account.
I'm trying to find out.
Next time, private your Instagram account.
Oh my gosh. Only on YouTube. But they asked for this. They don't but they don't do anything. But they do everything. And hey, she made it a day. I said 2 days max. Day 3, she had to do the drama. She couldn't handle it. Her numbers were down. Her chat numbers were down. And she couldn't handle not doing the drama. She would throw in her little digs during her bad true crime coverage. Ooh. But I don't even consider that true crime coverage. And she didn't cover that case of Sadie. She did not. But anyway, that ended up being a whole shit show. I knew she couldn't go without responding to the drama. Brittany wants it. That's why she's doing it. She's very much wrapped up. Ooh, that was the little one.
Out information, and then after that, getting arrested, it did hinder my ability to speak my truth. So now that we can agree that the people of Tennessee believe in the freedom.
Your truth? Eddie, do you even understand what that means? I don't think you do. What truth? What truth have you spoken?
Freedom of speech, maybe not their government.
What? You can answer now? You can't answer?
Yeah. I don't know if there's any truth coming out of her mouth. I don't think she has spoken the truth since freaking 1999 or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But definitely the people, we're going to speak freely. So I do believe that something happened inside that home. I'm one of these people that believes Sebastian went home. I know that there's a whole lot of you guys, even the people that support this channel, that do not believe Sebastian got home. That you guys believe that there was something that happened at the Texas Roadhouse. We've got Hindsight, which we love and adore. BMW Coupe is in here. We've got Mama Rissa. They've been really honing in on the green hoodie as well as the yellow jacket guy. And so we've got the focus there. But I'm still, and of course these ladies know because we communicate. I'm not there yet with him not, making it home. I'm one of the people
Betty,
that believe
the hoodie guys had nothing to do with it. Nothing whatsoever.
he made it home. I'm also one of the people that at the beginning of this didn't realize how overstimulated and the effects that overstimulation has on an autistic child, even a high functioning autistic child, right? And so we have that situation where we have a high functioning autistic child that many people, again, I don't have an autistic child. I don't have a history of autism in my family that I am aware of. So I am very ignorant, and I don't mind saying I'm ignorant. I'm ignorant, but I'm always willing to learn new things, which I think, from where we started at the beginning of the case last year and the discussion of autism to where we are, not just me, but our entire channel is on being educated in the world of autism, I think has really elevated. Are we experts? Of course.
And it elevated to total ignorance. Yeah, I agree with that.
Oh,
it elevated to total ignorance.
One more thing about the Karen Reed case I wanted to tell you. Do you know who the medical examiner they're going to call the defense?
No.
Dr. Lampisada.
They're using him?
Yep, they're using Lampisada. If you don't know, that's the person that didn't do 1,500 autopsies, apparently, and had to resign in shame. So they're using Dr. Lampisada to debunk an enemy and a brain surgeon.
Exactly, beautiful Broken. How could she speak on this when she doesn't even have kids? of anything. Right, exactly. I agree.
So we're gonna see that too.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. I'm going to catch up after I get everybody to bed. I got some. I want to catch up some more on court, and then I want to catch up on. There's been a lot of Twitter posts.
Oh yeah, it's a shit show out there.
Mhm.
It's a shit
Yep.
show. Though I don't like Twitter is just like weird, man. It just recommends you weird shit all the time. I'm sometimes scared to just go through the homepage because some
Yeah.
random fucked up things get recommended to me.
It does.
And I'm like, you know what I mean?
And then there for months, all I was getting was gay prawn, and I'm like, why would I want that with men? I'm not interested in that. And I have no idea how it even got on my timeline. No. Thank you. God, my family won't leave me alone about eating. Michael, hope you're feeling a lot better. I'm working on it. I'm getting there. I just overdid it yesterday. But thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, I want to catch up, and I want to do a live on it. Beat him one day this week. We could do it in the evening, whatever's a good time. But I want to do nothing but what's going on with Karen and catch everybody up.
You could do her sentencing, see if she gets sentenced.
Mm.
Bro, it's a possibility she could go to jail. I thought they might get another hung jury. You know, you never know. But after that Friday one, holy fuck. That had to be the worst thing I ever seen since the guy told OJ to put the glove on.
And the glove did. Yeah, that was
The
so
glove
lame.
didn't fit.
I couldn't believe that they lost that trial. All the evidence was there. OJ did it. Oh,
Well,
Summer Girl, thank you. Bring the confetti. I did it. Thank you, guys. We did it. Made the goal. Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
But that was also like no one. They you know what I mean. You know, back then people were that jury kind of.
Yeah. They were mesmerized by it all. That was the first time that a trial ever, thank you, ever went like that. And the publicity and all the money being thrown around, and it was just crazy.
Yeah, and you also have to realize the defense hit a gold mine with that. What was that police officer that was?
Mark. His name's on the tip of my tongue, and I can't get it out.
Yeah,
and I'm seeing him. I'm looking right at him.
Yeah, they hit a gold mine when they crossed that.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, that was. And then when they asked him to put the glove on, it's like, yeah, you think the guy's he's gonna shove it in his hand and be like, it fits like a glove, guys. The murder.
Hey, Darby. Yay, confetti Thurman. For everybody. Yeah, it's awesome. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Person says
Mark Thurman.
Yeah, Thurman. That's who it was. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. That's like Karen Reed. They're putting Karen Reed in the back of the car, like in the back of the car. Says, "Can you go 24 miles per hour backwards?" Of course, she's not gonna go 24 miles an hour backwards. she's like, I can't, guys. I can't.
But look at how Jose was able, because the state did a really bad job trying Casey Anthony. They didn't put the work into it. They should have. They did not back up their data from.
Well, unfortunately, I mean, you see that sometimes. Like you've seen that even with the Karen Reed case, where they kind of had missteps in the early investigation. Like number one, they didn't put everyone, including Karen Reed, to the station to question them.
Right.
They should have done. They used solo plastic cups, which you know you're not supposed to use plastic with that. They probably should have taken photos of the car when pulling it out, just to thought there, you know.
I mean, they made enough of mistakes, and they made enough of the way they handled things. There's enough that could very well get her off, and not because she's innocent, but because of the mistakes law enforcement made.
And I think that the early days of the investigation, they made some mistakes, and then they fixed it afterwards, like later on. And unfortunately, Karen Reed was able to hire a team of attorneys and get a following to capitalize on those mistakes. Now, I think she's guilty as sin, But will
I
she
do
be
too.
but will she be convicted? That is up to the jury. That's
Yeah.
up to how well the attorneys do. Personally, I think she did. I think like if her defense team didn't screw up the beginning, the first trial, she might have gotten an acquittal. But because she focused so much on the stupid third party culprit defense and not just reasonable doubt, and you can't really say it was her that did it and all this stuff. I think they just didn't buy the whole dog bite theory, blah blah blah.
Yeah,
whatever.
that didn't make any
Yeah.
sense at all.
But the second time around, I think they dropped the ball completely with these witnesses. Like,
And I think the state put the case together better than the first time.
yeah, that's just my opinion.
I
But
mean,
we'll
the
see.
lawyer that the special prosecutor was going through his own health risk or his health. I mean, he was not in good health. And I just think that had a bearing on how the case was handled. I think it could have, done better.
Well, Lolly was dealing with not only
Yeah.
last minute drops, but also is that he just didn't have that amount of evidence. Like
Right.
the text stream data was purposely not all the information was removed from there. And once that information was actually fully extracted, guess what? They found out about the 3-point turn in 24 miles per hour and suddenly stopping.
Right.
And you know what I mean? All this stuff. And also,
Yeah, they do have more this time. That's why I'm hoping that the jury can see through the smoke and mirrors and look at the evidence.
we'll see. If not, it is what it is. I've seen murderers get off.
Yep.
It's just how it is.
Yep.
But what I really truly hope for, and this is like, I know we're on the car, so I hope she takes the stand. I pray that she takes the stand.
She takes the stand. I'm definitely streaming it that day.
I'm taking the day off. I'm
Mhm.
just gonna be like, Queen, I'm cool with you, but I'm not jumping. I'm watching this. I'm not jumping on live. I'm watching this shit show on fucking. I don't care. I will just take off on everything, because that is gonna be a two days of a shit show, a complete shit show. They rushed to arrest, hence why the vultures should stop. They made a lot of mistakes in the Casey Anthony, especially missing computer search that proved Casey was the only one who couldn't done it. Yeah,
They did. The state dropped the ball in that case, and she was lucky enough to find a jailhouse lawyer trying to make a name for herself that knew that he could get money to buy the legal defense he needed. And he did just that.
Yeah,
He knows Jose 1000% knows she's guilty. And there was some dirty, shanky shit going on there too. I know. I lived that trial. I lived 45 minutes from them.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that get away with murder. They just do.
Yeah.
And that's just how it is. And you just got to deal with it. You know what I mean? Like, it's just the justice system, Yeah. You got to respect the verdict. You got to respect the process. What I kind of don't like about was when social media kind of fucks with people in real life. Like, I just didn't like the witness intimidation stuff and all these people getting fucked with in real life. And it's not right to do that.
No. And that's got to be stopped, because people already don't want to come forward. And it's going to, hey, Bree, thank you, by the way, for answering that, Bree. I couldn't remember Mark's last name. But I mean, it was on my tongue, but I couldn't get it out. I could see him. I could actually picture him, but I couldn't get it. Yeah. And everybody wrote books, and out of all these trials, everybody wrote books. All the trials we're talking about. Who didn't write a book? Jeez.
You know what? That's what a lot of people do to make a lot of money. And that's what the jury, the jury you sometimes do,
I get called for jury duty, but I've gotten called a couple times now, but it's always for like penny,
Yeah.
And I never know juicy. Give me something juicy,
Well, what sucks is what really sucks though, if you actually got a case like that and you're like 2 months on a case, you can't work.
That's true.
Even you, I don't even think you're able to even live stream if you're on the jury.
I don't know. I don't think they'd let you.
Yeah, so you would be disappearing for 2 months. You'd be gone.
Because they'd be afraid you'd say something, or someone would ID you, if they don't want you.
Or you would be watching social media and someone might tell you something.
That's true. And live streaming, you would be, yeah. So, yeah, they probably wouldn't allow it.
And the ultra chair was 9 months?
Yeah, they were there.
Which, by the way, a murder trial should not take 9 months.
No.
Like, are you kidding me? It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. 9 months? What the fuck are you doing?
But even when they did the glove with OJ, come on, everybody knew that glove wasn't going to fit. Did you see how swollen his hands were from the flare up he was having of his gout?
He just started just screaming guys in prison, like while he was like, or wherever he was. He's like, guys, I'm gonna
Mhm.
need a lot of fucking salt. Get me
And-
the saltiest
and he
ramen
put-
noodles.
Yeah, and conveniently, he wasn't getting the medication for his gout either.
Yeah, well,
His hand was so swollen, you could see. Oh, it was a joke. Not to mention, a leather glove laden with all that blood is shriveled up after all that time.
yeah, but yeah, that's just how you just got to accept with cases. You know what I mean? It is what it is, and you just keep it moving.
Yeah,
You know?
can't change it.
No, you can't. That's for sure.
All right, let's go, Betty. Entertain us.
Of course not. But we're definitely not as ignorant as we were when we started this case, for sure. So I would have to assume, that Sebastian, oh, thank you. Dreaming of blue skies and sandy beaches. And I did see that people have donated today, so I will get to those in just a few moments.
Just
Just give
while
me
at work tonight.
probably another
Oh,
15 minutes, and then we'll go over there. And if you guys have any questions, I'll try to go back up and answer some questions that you guys may have before we proceed forward. It does look like we will be opening up the phone lines. So if you guys do have some conversations or questions or some knowledge, like, there's been a lot of cases that have probably pulled our attention away from maybe some new information that was realized that maybe was overlooked during the Lily and Jack Sullivan, case breaking, and the Decker sisters case kind of breaking. There's some relevant information that may have gotten lost in.
Oh, Betty, you're not going to find any relevant information. You're sitting in your bedroom at your house or in your chair at your little desk. You're not, stop it. All you're going to do is put out more shit because you put out misinformation in both of them cases.
Absolutely. Anyway, Kathy, you're at work tomorrow. It was good talking to you as always.
Good. Thank you for coming up. Appreciate you.
No problem. Bye, guys. Yeah, guys, have a good one. Bye.
See ya.
In all of that. But we've learned about this autism. We've learned about the overstimulation, and many people that are familiar with autism, a lot more experienced in the field, either by having their own children or teaching different children, or even having a school bus where they take children to school and have to have specialized training to deal with the special needs of the children. But we've learned that it can cause them to have outbursts. And many people educated have believed and stated literally from the beginning that this weekend was filled with a lot of activities that they would equate that could or may have overstimulated Sebastian Rogers. Now, we don't have any imagery. Some of us have had an opportunity to view it. Some of us have not. Oh, I see the ladies up in the chat right now. BMW Coupe, Mama Rissa, as well as Hindsight. Thank you, ladies. Thank you for everything, by the way, that you guys are doing. And congratulations. A big applause. They did their first live, so we actually got to hear all of their voices, and we got to see Mama Rissa and You Are a Doll. And I understand why the other ones want to. If I had to do it all over again, if we were starting from the beginning, I don't know. I might change my name and hide my face. I'm just saying, after everything I have been through. But you know what? I'm glad that I didn't do that, and then once all this stuff does subside, which it is, and it will over time. I'm glad I'm able to.
So Betty knows. Well, go ahead. I'm going to act a fool. I'm going to cause chaos and lie and spread crap about these cases. But don't worry. In time, it'll all fade away.
There are so many people that have to hide because they're, some people because they're being bullied. And other ones want to hide that they're the bully. It's insane on here. It's insane on here. But you guys did an amazing job. So a big shout out to you guys. If I think Hindsight, if you want to drop your the link to your channel that you guys are doing, if you want to drop that in the chat so other people can sub up and sign up and not miss anything, please do. They do a lot of great work, and I rely on a lot of their work that we pull into our show each and every day. And it's just everybody taking their gift and putting it out there, and the people that are weak in some areas but strong in the other area, it ends up working out well. Everybody has their gift, and they put it out here on YouTube, and then we, other people that don't have that gift get to go and pull that information and have a discussion on a topic that maybe they weren't as knowledgeable as the person they're pulling in is. So it's just, I think it's really great. And I love the professionals on here, just their insight. But it seems so much that many people expect that if you're an expert, that you've got it. It doesn't work that way, that you're going to know exactly how this is going to end. You don't. You just have more experience in a specific field of study. And so you have a higher probability of being more accurate. Okay, a higher probability of being more accurate. That's all. And that insight in learning from them of why they think that, or why they feel this way or that way, it does help you grow as far as your problem solving skills and processing skills as well. You learn a lot of different things by watching these people that have much higher and much more trained experience than you do, like the deception detective. We do have some statement analysis here, and we don't just run to the deception detective. We have Mike Daman, and prior to that, oh, good gracious, I'm seeing his face. Why can't I say his name? I know what I'm talking about. Good gracious, that just would not pop out of my mouth. I'm not going to tell the young ones. We're going to let the young ones find out all by themselves, okay?
Oh, Lord.
Shh. The long story is that Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers did appear, at least when he was walking out of the Texas Roadhouse Grill, that he seemed a little frustrated. When people are describing these overstimulation, like even when he showed up, he had already had the appearance of being overstimulated a little bit, did he not? I mean, he had his fingers in his hands. He's walking in. He's got his hands in his pocket.
No, actually, he didn't, Betty. He looked very calm and quite happy. You don't know what you're talking about. Yet again, Betty. You don't know this boy.
Kind of in his pocket. He goes and sits down. He takes his bread. He puts his hands down in his pocket or in his lap. So, I mean, we're watching his behaviors. We're watching how he's moving. Are these signs of possible, maybe that overstimulation is having an effect on him by the end of the evening, when they're finally at the restaurant? Because it didn't seem like they had, the best conversation right out the gate. She kind of, slides however you want to. She seemed frustrated with him. Okay, let's be honest. It seemed like she was already frustrated as well. She kind of slides the, menu over to him. Then she's like, you see, where he's kind of shaking his head, and she's kind of just doing this number, like they're having a little bit of a stronger conversation than a friendly one. So it seemed like it did kind of have an appearance that everybody was a little frustrated at the table. No, at least have an irritant of some sort, a chip on the shoulder. Hey, Smiley, it's nice to see you. Connie, Kim, Girl Mom, Hindsight, nice to see you. Deanna, almost a little too well behaved. No, militant like.
Okay, wait. First you were saying he was overstimulated and you could tell. Now you're saying that he was too well behaved, like militant like because they were in the military.
Behavior, maybe?
No, Betty.
I'm not sure.
How do you think that a 15, almost 16-year-old should act, Betty? How do you think? You have no clue. He wasn't a small child, Betty.
I'm not sure, but I don't think anybody got the warm, fuzzy, I don't even think the hate channels can say they got the warm, fuzzy, loving feeling over that dinner. I really
saw a mom and her son sitting down, talking, and having dinner together, Betty. That's it. That's what it was. And yes, you could tell there was a very strong bond between them two. And he totally was enjoying himself, and he even ate all his food and was proud of that and happy about that. He didn't seem distressed or overstimulated. He seemed like he was having a good time, Betty. Something you can't handle, because you can't handle the fact that Katie is his mother. In your sick little twisted brain, you have a problem with females and stepfathers. Especially females that have their shit together. and are doing life, you can't handle that because they're doing well, because they work for it. Unlike you trying to get it off everybody else's backs.
It just seemed it seemed tense. Maybe that's a good word to use for the dinner. It seemed a little tense.
Wow.
We don't really know what was going on there, but I guess the best word to describe it, tense. But again, going back to it, I still believe he made it home. And I think whatever was tense or frustrating may have reached a boiling point at the house. Maybe it was over him refusing to take the garbage out. Maybe it wasn't him that took the garbage out at all. Maybe it truly was his mother because he refused to. Maybe they were fighting. Maybe she sent him to his room because he wasn't listening. These are all the details we will never know. It's all hypothetical too and subjective.
It's not subjective. You state shit as factual, Betty, when it's not. You have no idea, and it's none of your business, and you just refuse to admit that Katie loves her son and they had a good relationship, Betty. Again, there's questions that I have that I would love to be answered. Like, why were the police allegedly at Seth's that weekend? And, no. Why is he supporting the likes of you and Brittany J, BJ, and Slimy, and Spanky, and that blue balls guy? What's his name? That blue balls guy. Hey, Snippins, good to see you. How are you?
So not factual. So I don't want anybody taking stuff that you're hearing me theorizing and speculating over here as fact. It's not that either. We have nothing. What we have, in my opinion, is a boy walking.
Now you admit it. Now you admit it. But see, I got you admitting it months ago when you said it's in my mind. Yeah, in your little pea-sized brain that's filled with 120-some personalities. Excuse me.
Walking into a house and never walking out. However, we do see movement in the early morning hours of February 26th,
exactly,
with flashlights
Lavender.
going to a car. And when we blow that up, and we got two people in our chat right now that
that's him.
In enhancing two different areas of those recordings. Two different. Okay, not the same area and getting the same results. Two totally separate areas, and we're able to get similar results.
No, you weren't. No, you weren't. Everything has been debunked over and over and over again. Mob Crew is an idiot. Everybody knows that. But okay, you're an idiot. We know how you mess with photos and videos. We know how you guys do. You and Spanky, all your little tribe there. We know.
They all identified somebody carrying something large.
Be right back. No, they didn't.
There was a blob with a larger blob. And then another blob following behind him. So just in that alone, we have 3 people. Do you know that even though the reports are that he was only in the house with his mom and him the night he disappeared, there are actually only 3 people that reside in that house in totality? And we happen to have 3 people on this camera because you see a blob carrying a blob. So we have to assume one blob's a human being, the other blob's a human being because it looks like a blob being carried. The same type of blob standing up looks like the same type of blob being carried. And then we have another blob with a flashlight running behind it about, I don't know, what is it, about 45 seconds? 30 to 45 seconds behind? Maybe 20? I didn't time it, but between 20 and 40 seconds behind the blob carrying the blob. So now we have a blob, and a blob. And we just happen to have 3 people living inside the home that could technically be a blob for each person living inside the home. Kind of funny that way. And then when you really look at the timeline and really analyze that timeline, you will see that if they got off the phone midnight or before, and we know Katie was asleep by midnight and asleep. I mean, she was asleep. She made that very clear to the entire world. She was asleep at midnight. So from midnight or before, Chris absolutely has time to leave his RV, come all the way back to Hendersonville. He has plenty of time to leave his vehicle, go to the house. He actually has 10, 15 minutes to spend inside the house. 10 or 15 minutes. But according to the neighbor, the person only stayed inside the house 3 to 5 minutes. So we now that we know that, we can put that in our timeline as well. But a person, Chris would have had time to drive from Mississippi to Hendersonville. Get there, check the timeline yourself. Because that time of night, it doesn't take 3.5 hours. It takes a little over 3 hours to drive at a normal speed, not 100 miles an hour, at a normal speed, say about 76 miles an hour. At about 76 miles an hour to 78 miles an hour, he would be able to go directly from Memphis over to Hendersonville, stay there for 10 to 15 minutes, and head back from Hendersonville to Memphis and arrive there at about 6:20 to 6:30. Giving him plenty of time to speak to law enforcement.
I was
when he
muted.
called in at
All I was telling her is she's wrong. She was there 5 months later. There's different phases in construction sites, on construction sites. Not to mention it was a whole different season, time, everything. She has no idea because she doesn't need to know. She's not relevant in the case. The people that need to know. And there's no way if law enforcement had anything that they could have used, they would have. They would have. Sorry. I don't believe, and I could be wrong, but I don't believe Chris went back to the house until after the fact, after Sebastian had allegedly ran away. Because it is allegedly. I don't know. I wasn't there. Do I think he went out and met someone? Yeah, I do. I've always thought that, but that's just my opinion. I don't have no facts to back it up. I mean, I'm not saying it's factual. I'm just saying that's what I think. I don't believe that Chris went home until Sebastian ran away, and they were, he didn't go home even for a couple hours after talking with Katie on the phone, because you have to find your replacement. That's just how it works when you're, I believe he's some type of subcontractor or under a summer contract. Yeah. So, and at the time they really thought it was, he was going to be right there. Nobody thinks that they're never going to find their child. They think, oh, well, but he's here somewhere, That music's too loud. Let me turn it down.
Hang up the phone and go clock in by 6:45 to be up on that crane by 7 a.m. Unfortunately, Chris would not be able to have any sleep with this theory. He would be very tired, exhausted, maybe moody enough to get kicked off a job,
I don't believe he
by
got
10,
kicked off
30,
the
11 o'clock
job,
in the morning.
Betty.
See how everything kind of falls into place?
No, Betty, he left the job because he got his replacement.
So
He went
that's
to be
kind
with
of where
his
we
wife.
are in the Sebastian.
That's why. Not because he got kicked off the job. You don't know anything about that. You don't even know if that's true. And the only people he needed to tell what was going on was his boss. Wasn't, and he's up on that crane by himself, Betty. It's not like he can reach out and tell everybody, hey, you know, you are such an idiot. You are such an idiot. You have nothing to back this up but some gossip you got off a Facebook page.
Sebastian Rogers case and why I believe Sebastian Rogers was unalived by his mother. I truly believe his mother was the only person in the house. I think we have enough law enforcement stating it and enough supporting information to corroborate that Katie was the only one in the house this particular weekend with Sebastian. So she would have been the only one with the motive, means, and the opportunity to unalive him. Okay? So I truly believe something happened, some altercation took place in the house, and whatever happened between 9 and 9:30 to 9:40 at night. Whatever fight they got into, whatever happened, disagreement, I believe happened between 9. I believe it happened mere minutes before she picked up the phone and called Chris at 9:43 at night.
Yeah,
I think Chris was on the phone getting
she's so delusional. So delusional.
Trying to find out what happened, trying to calm Katie down. I think all of that took a lot of time to do. And then started the planning. You know, don't do this.
Wait a minute. But you ran with the story that she was laying there falling asleep and stuff, Betty. I mean, you know, and she was dozing off. When you work out of town like that, it's not uncommon for spouses to talk on the phone for long periods of time and doze on. It's just not uncommon. The whole thing wasn't uncommon. Now you're not good with that. Okay. You're delusional. You are really delusional.
They're already on the phone, so they knew that at that moment, whatever plans that they needed to make, they had to hatch out right then and there. They couldn't have this calling back and forth. They were smart enough to know that. That's why that particular call was.
And if what you're saying was true, and I don't even like saying it, but if she would have done that to him, there would have been defensive wounds. There would, you know, he would have. Come on, Betty, stop it. He wasn't a small child. He was a he was 15 and a half, almost 16 years old. I believe there would have been some sign of something, Betty. I hate to even say it, you know. I hate to even go there. But, you know, there would have been something.
So incredibly long because the damage was done. She already made the call. She was already got him on the phone. So they had this one opportunity to hatch out the plan on what they were going to do and put it into action. And that would explain why that call was so incredibly long. Then you have the activity outside of their house without any more phone calls or any more coordination with the family. Why? Because the coordination was done in that 2.5-hour phone call.
It all goes back to the vendetta against Chris turning down her interview request. Oh yeah, once you tell her no, that's why she turned on SF Investigates when he wouldn't talk to her and Kylie Rodden. Yeah, that's what she does.
So this is all reeking that Katie did something. Now, I truly believe not. Seth, even though he knows how much Katie hates him, and even though as violent as Katie was to him, there's a piece in him, much like we're going to get into it today, the Decker mom, Whitney Decker, that just doesn't believe that the spouse is capable. So he believes she put him somewhere. He believes.
You speaking for him now too?
That his son is still alive, and I want to support that because in the grand scheme of things,
yeah, she still can, Darby.
I don't know the answers. We don't have enough to this puzzle to really definitively say. I'm just saying that my gut's telling me, and here are all the reasons why. I can sit here and build a timeline and explain to you why I feel this way with supporting information, but it doesn't mean that just because all the supporting information is showing
There
this.
is no supporting information, Betty. It's all the gossip and rumors that you spread. There's no supporting information, no factual information to support anything you're saying. It'd be a timeline of bullshit.
That this is it. But I also have to rely on my common sense as well. And my common sense is telling me that in October of 2022, Chris and Katie were trying to send Sebastian to a facility.
No, they weren't. And Seth was also a part of that discussion. Even though he tried to flip it around, I don't understand why. But they were looking for the best resources for their son, who they were having, some serious issues with behavior-wise. And Seth is well aware of it. And he wouldn't even take him. Ask him about that. And I heard him say that. Betty. But there were severe behavioral issues, not just at home, but in school. And he knows it. And I don't believe they'd even talk to him without Chris and Katie there because of how he is.
A home. They found out they couldn't afford it. How would all of the sudden they be able to afford this now? And wouldn't it even be more expensive since they have to do it under the table? That they have to have everything off the books?
Well, one thing I could say, I never thought he was anywhere in any facility.
If they can't afford it, money just doesn't grow on trees.
Yeah, God forbid.
How are they paying their bills?
He just dumped it all on Chris and Katie's lap and said, no, I'm going to give him a year to get his behavior in line. He just dumped it all on Chris and Katie. Played every other weekend. Yeah. Stop it.
These places aren't free. And what place is going to take Sebastian in a condition where he needs medication, or he could get very unruly and not give him medication to keep him from getting unruly? There's been no prescription for him filled. These are all the things that are leading me to believe that this fantasy, or maybe a wish, that Chris and Katie just sent him off to a home because they didn't want Seth. If she didn't want Seth having him, why did they work so hard to get Seth here so he could have care of his son? Why did they work? Chris and Katie worked very hard to.
Yeah, Chris and Katie footed the bill so that Seth could be a part of his son's life. They did everything they could to make him a part of his son's life because he didn't do it for himself. They had to step up and do it. Stop it.
Bring Seth from California to find him a place to live and to get him a job near where they live without being in their backyard. If they didn't want him having any type of contact with him, they could have just left him in California.
They never said they didn't want him. They encouraged it. In fact, they pretty much didn't even follow the timelines in the visitation in the agreement. They pretty much let it, was pretty open and free about that. They wanted him in his life to be a part of his life, a positive part of his life.
Next to impossible to see his son.
No, they didn't. How did they? No. What? Wow.
Okay, hold on. I'm reading this here. Let me see here. I guess I'm girl mom. I'm not understanding. Maybe you could clarify with me. So the lights were lined up wrong. Here is where the big light lights came from.
Oh my Lord, here we go
This is-
again with the lights. I don't know how many times this stuff has to be debunked. This is insane. They even tried to get him closer so he could see him more. Yeah. Dave went above and beyond. More than I could say for him. Sorry, just my opinion.
From channel 5. Yeah, I see subject 1 and subject 2.
There is no subject 1 and subject 2.
What do you mean lined up wrong? Are you talking about in the common area when people were transposing the lights over the common area to see where they were positioned? Is that what you're talking about?
Wow.
I see you typing. So we'll just give girl mom a moment to get me caught up here. And while she's getting me caught up here, let's go back through some of the comments here and get some questions answered. If you have some questions, I'm just going to go up here. If you do have some questions, now would probably be a great time to get them in. It says
questions about what? There's nothing new. Sadly, there has been nothing new. You make this shit up as you go along. Questions about what? Your delusions? I mean,
Remember when Mob Crew said those lights were over the garage?
Oh,
The big
not
lights
again.
were
Mob
the
Crew
floodlights.
was a dud. He was wrong. Shocker.
It's on Chris and Katie's house.
Man, this is ridiculous. Regurgitation. Oh. Betty, even the people that want to watch you are over this regurgitating content you do. It's insane. Yeah, they were not over the garage. Yeah, I know. She is so desperate for attention, in my opinion, pushing the limit, thinking she's above the law. I pray somehow she suffers consequences.
I'll have to look at that. Okay, I now understand.
She is a menace. I agree, Snippins. I totally agree.
It took me a minute to try to read it and process it, but yeah, I'll take another look at that, and I may have to call you to make sure I understand clear. I think I understand what you're saying, but I'll go through that and check that. But I would like to get resolution on those lights and review those lights videos a little more. Maybe we'll do another live, solely for the lights. I think that would probably be good. But absolutely no chance of him leaving the home because there's no footage. And that's right, Amia. There is no footage of him. Oh, look who it is, Barbosa. It's nice to see you, my love. I hope you're doing well. Amia, you're right. There is no, and that's the problem I have and why I...
No, Betty. The thing is, you don't know that, and neither does whoever said that. Because in all honesty, we don't know what law enforcement has. And they're not going to put it out here.
Let me get back. I'm sorry. I kind of got on a tangent and forgot to go back. And
I'm telling you, I'm over
so
the
we have
light
Hindsight,
stick.
Mama Rissa, BMW Coupe. They just did their live. They're really into whatever was transpiring at the Texas Roadhouse. I'm not quite there yet. They may find something that pushes me over the edge, and I'll think he didn't go to the house. But right now, I'm still on the mind.
There's nothing with the Texas Roadhouse. There is a mom and her son sitting down having a meal together. That's it. That's all. Stop it, you idiots. Leave this alone. Leave them alone. Go exploit someone else because you guys are looking for your next cash cow. Stop already.
Mine path that he made at home, and something transpired at the home because there's a lights leaving the home to a car, which is it, to me is supporting that something happened inside.
There's not, Betty. No, nothing you people have put out, including your Mob Crew idiot. Nothing. I mean, he is so Yeah. Nothing you guys have put out is true and factual. He's been debunked and debunked and debunked to the point where you can't debunk the man no more. And why won't this stupid bag open? What the heck? Okay. I can't. Are you kidding me? I can't figure out this zipper. Oh my lord. I can't figure out this stupid baggy lock. This is crazy. Betty, I'm starting to feel a little bit like you right now. Frustrated as hell. Why can't I figure out this dang baggy lock? What is going on here? Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm putting it down.
Just me. Just me. I feel like the car, the lights, the back and forth, the flashlight going back to the house. To me, that supports somebody being removed from the house in the middle of the night. And I believe the blob carrying the blob is Christopher carrying Sebastian, or another person in Chris's family carrying Sebastian out of the home into the car to take him away to dispose of him.
I didn't realize I thought I muted while I was playing with this bag. Sorry if I hurt anybody's ears. Betty. Oh. There's no blob. There's nobody carrying anybody. Oh my lord. You are so delusional. And I know that a neighbor took out the garbage, and I also know that a neighbor left for work with it, and that's why there was a Uber driver. But yeah, Betty. You really need to move on. You're trying to find your next cash cow. It's just that, and for a minute there, you thought it was going to be the Decker story, but then you realized, whoa, people aren't going to put up with my shit in that story. You've tried a couple different cases, but none of it's taken. Well, guess what? You've lost the views in this one as well. You'll move on because you're not getting the attention anymore. Because people don't want to hear the same regurgitated crap you try to put new spins on. No one, everything you're saying has been so debunked. But anyway, she's so delusional. She really is so delusional.
Because, and again, if you know, their parents, they could have forced him out of the house. They could have made him go. If they just wanted to take him to a facility or something like that, why couldn't he walk to the car? And why is the car parked on a corner instead of pulling into their driveway? These are all the questions. And
okay, if you're talking about the Uber driver, wasn't there at their house because they were picking up a fare, Betty. Oh dear God.
And I believe actions that support Sebastian is no longer with us. So, and then you have the other side, like Amia's saying, where there's no proof.
What actions exactly? What actions that you have concrete evidence of have they done to support that theory, Betty, that Sebastian's no longer with us? Because I'd like to see it. I'd like to see it. Not your mouth, not your little brain, but the actual evidence, Betty.
Proof that he left the house after walking into the house. There's no sighting of him. There's no video surveillance of him. There's nothing. There's nothing even down the road. There's nothing. He would have had to walk by the school. He would have had to walk by houses. He would have had to cut through houses. And we found out that even the people in his own community have surveillance cameras in their backyard. So even if he was cutting through, somebody would have picked him up on their surveillance cameras. And we've got nothing. Unless he was a ghost, even a sheet over his head, he would have been picked up on the camera. The only camera that has picked up anything is a blob carrying a blob from the side of Chris and Katie's house to a vehicle parked away from their house. Very suspicious.
No, there's not. That is not factual evidence, Betty. Again, that is your twisted mind. You and Spankies and Slimies, because, you know, one spreads it and y'all idiots suck it up. No, not factual. No proof of it. None.
very suspicious. If they wanted, play the tape through, y'all. Let's use common sense. If it was a custodial abduction, why wouldn't they just pull the car into the garage, load them up in the garage, and take them away undetected? Why would they have the need of going through the side yard in a common area and parking a car down at the end of the road?
Well, there you have it, Bets. You answered your own question. You answered your own question. Why take the chance of being seen on cameras when all they had to do was back out the driveway in the car and drive on out? You answered your own question, Bull.
These are all activities of someone trying to cover a crime. In my opinion.
Oh.
The lights were overlaid.
You don't state it as your opinion, Betty. You stated as factual, which you just got done doing.
Got it. I watched Nick Barris, and he showed where the big lights are coming from, and it's their backyard. If you're talking about where the ruckus video ended up coming from, it's kind of their backyard, but it's not. There's a house on the corner, and the way that their garage is built on their house, their garage actually points toward Kellen. And there's some trees and shrubbery in between their house, their garage, and the camera. And this particular house right there on the corner, right next to Chris and Katie's property, they like to leave their interior garage lights on. They do have two little pillar lights on the side of the garage that are on, but what you're seeing, the little boxes, is from inside the garage, and up at the top of their garage door, they have like little window accents at the top of the garage door. Maybe many of you guys might have those as well. And that those lights are peeking from the inside where the lights are on, going out where the camera is picking it up, and the movement in between that is the shrubbery, the foliage in between the camera and the interior garage lights, and it's creating this movement and shadowing that's being picked up on the camera. I don't know if that's what you're talking about or not. I think about the CP had 5 wives, and they all divorced him but one, and that was KP. The reason KP, in my opinion, is because KP is just as evil as CP. Yeah. And I heard that they have some of potentially the same proclivities. And she's kind of messed up because, of what her mom did to her. And we got to take that into consideration. I mean, look at Travis Decker. He is screwed up in his head because of having wartime.
Okay,
right?
You can't compare Travis and Katie. Not even nothing. Nope.
Activity. He was in Afghanistan. You gotta think about.
She wasn't. Just because they were both in the military, I don't believe Katie ever saw wartime. So yeah, you can't compare the two.
How mentally messed up Katie Proudfoot is, being AR'd by her mother and her mother's boyfriend at such a tender age of toddler to child age. That has to pretty much almost the same diagnosis, I would presume. PTSD and borderline personality disorder. No?
No, Betty, no.
And we see what Travis Decker is capable of.
Okay, you're talking apples to oranges, Betty.
Why can't we see Katie being equally capable? And I don't want to go in that because we're going to be having this show at 2 today about the Decker case. So I don't want to go into that just yet because I got to keep it for the show. Medic Biker, it's nice to see you. I hope you're healing well. And I want a big shout out to Sonia, our beautiful Sonia. I haven't heard from her too much. I just check on her here and there. She's in a lot of pain,
exactly,
as you guys can imagine. So please don't forget to keep Sonia, our beautiful mod. She does so much for these missing cases in her advocacy, sending out flyers all over the country, doing the work that she does, and just being here for all of us, and just being one of the sweetest and kindest souls we have, like many of our moderators. But she's in a lot of pain. So if you don't mind this Sunday saying a prayer for her, I greatly appreciate it. And I almost did it again. We're going to take a pause. We're going to go through the language of letting go. And then I'm going to opening up the phones sooner than 3 to 5. Bad roads was weighing me down, but it was. And it had a lot to do with childhood traumas that led me down the road. And with my adult trauma.
Oh, my gosh. She's such... If you listen to Betty, One day she's had childhood traumas. The next day she had a silver spoon in her mouth. You know? Oh, please.
So once I was able to finally start working on me, I was finally able to start having some relief in the substances and other things that I was doing. And sometimes it creeps itself back and rears its ugly head. You know, food's a big addiction for me as well. And sometimes things can replace itself. And so you always got to be careful of substitution or substituting one thing for another and what have you. So one of the things that I got on my road to recovery early on was the language of letting go. It's a daily meditation. I've had this book, I want to say, well over 15 years now. And we've been reading it on this show for, I don't know, about...
And you don't understand it.
I've been here because last year, I don't even think we broke the spine of this, but maybe on a daily basis, let's let go of judgments. That is essential thing for your grandchild, right? That's maybe a little bit wayward, a little bit of a black sheep, if you will. And when they do come around the family, everybody's, saying what he or she should be doing with their life or how he or she could be doing this better. If that's what they are dealing with every time they come around you, are you really having a good connection with that family member? Is their life really impacting you so much so that you can't just enjoy the time and be around them because of being judgmental, or the time it's consuming you to judge something to make the right or wrong decision about it? And I think sometimes we just need to let things be, just let them be, live and let God. So
what? Oh no, she's no advocate. She's no advocate. Betty, you're delusional. I gotta fast forward to this because this is sickening. This is not at all who Betty is. In her warped little mind, I think she actually thinks she behaves like this. Hey, Misha. Betty, how was Katie violent to Seth? Show receipts, Betty. Show receipts, little girl. Yeah, she can't show. There, because she wasn't. And I believe other things that I read in those court documents that weren't about Katie wasn't the one being the aggressor.
I just needed a little break. I just needed to breathe in. I needed to refocus, because we coming back. We are not going to be holding back. We are going to speak our truth. We're going to truly speculate and theorize based on reality. And the reality is we've got a situation where many of us, the majority of us, do not believe this child walked out of the house on his own. Do not believe he willingly walked out of this house or willingly left that home. Many of us believe something happened to him. Some of us are on the fence. We believe it's a custodial interference. Some of us believe his mother murdered him.
Oh.
I believe his mother murdered him. I believe that there was a photo on his neck, of his neck. The optimism.
No, that's some bullshit too, Betty. But okay. You have no proof. Number one, I don't trust the photos you guys tried to mess with. And number two, like I said, there's things out here that shows that maybe, I don't know, you need to talk to Seth about that. Just saying.
Photo. And it shows a thumbprint on his neck, and I believe she got angry with him before and snapped.
Okay, Bear Can, thank you for coming in.
This time it did. So I don't believe she has not ever done this before. I believe she has done this before. I believe she's lost her cool and put her hands around her son's neck previously. I think this time it just went too far.
You have not one shred of evidence, Betty. Nothing to prove that Katie was ever in any way violent or abusive with Sebastian. None. You're a sick piece of shit. And I'm sorry, but Seth, shame on you. Shame on you for supporting this piece of shit and for being there.
I don't think it was intended,
yes,
but something had to be done when it happened. And she only had one person she could trust and confide in, and that was Christopher Proudfoot. I believe Christopher Proudfoot disposed of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Now, I want to keep looking for Sebastian because, again, this is just a theory. It's a very strong and probable theory.
No,
But at
it
the
is
end of the
not strong and probable. Chris wasn't there. Shoot your theory right out the door. It's not strong and probable at all. There's no evidence leading that way, Betty. Nothing.
we have no evidence whether he's dead or alive, or whether or not Katie truly, in fact, murdered her son. But it is a real and prominent possibility. So if we're looking at this case as she murdered him, that means they have a body they must dispose of. A 5'5", 115-pound body. Not an easy task. Not an easy task. So what happened? Well, if we look at the timeline, that night we said that Chris absolutely has enough time to get from his home.
And no, he didn't, because it would only give him 10 to 15 minutes to dispose of a body. Come on, really?
Mississippi, his camper in Mississippi, to Hendersonville, and back to his job before calling law enforcement. Before. That means he was sitting in his work parking lot when he was making that call to the non-emergency dispatch line. But what did you guys learn from that story? He has 15 or 20 minutes to spare. That's it. Hardly enough time to dispose of a body. So what happened?
No, he
Easy.
didn't.
I truly believe he put him somewhere. He's been driving back and forth to that job in Memphis for several months. And I think he knew of some desolate areas. I learned of places that I would think are prime for dumping somebody, keeping them out of the spotlight. A week, 2 weeks, it didn't matter. But he did disappear for 17 to 24 hours. And that's when I believe they went back wherever they had placed Sebastian, and they took care of business, because it was after that point that Chris was so confident no one would ever find Sebastian. It was after that point that he was taking that duper's delight.
And he did all that in 10 to 15 minutes, right? And then hurried up, was able to clean up and everything, and hurried up back to Memphis. Mm-hmm. Okay.
To a whole new level, because he was confident after that nobody would find him, and nobody has.
No,
which
he was
led me to my other
actually
theory.
repeating what law enforcement had said, but you don't want to hear that, Betty. And you take everything out of context because you refuse to listen to anything that doesn't fit your narrative.
Many of you guys watched me think that he was dumped in the water. Their Navy. I spoke to
That don't
military
mean they
people in
like
my
the
family.
water.
Started talking to them about the details of this case. And they said he would do the path, and when they found out that he was Navy, first thing that they told me is water. So I believe water.
Oh, just because they were in the Navy doesn't mean they love the water. Actually, it doesn't. Do you know Katie was on a ship anywhere? I mean, just because you go out on it doesn't mean. Oh my God! And just because you're in the Navy and you have to do things involving the water, that I don't even know what else to say at this point. It's all been said. I mean, I'm just like.
But even in water, unless you puncture the lungs, at some point when the body starts, deteriorating, typically it starts lifting. And then that brought me to the next thing, trying to explain why there was so much traveling to different states during this search. While everybody was searching for their kid, they're making trips to Mississippi, Memphis, South Carolina, potentially Oregon.
No, they weren't. Stop lying to everyone. Katie went to the trailer where he was working because it wasn't safe for her to be in her house with the way you idiots were harassing, stalking, and threatening them. They weren't traveling, doing. Are you sick? I sure hope someone is filing away where she defames and slanders Katie and Chris, stating Katie and Eliza Sebastian stated as fact, and she uses the real word for yeah. I'm sure. I don't know if somebody is or not. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, this is.
Pond, Oregon. People
They weren't in Oregon, Betty, and you know it. You know that. Stop it.
Woman that had the sighting of them at Ford is absolutely convinced it was Chris and Katie.
It's
absolutely
not Chris and Katie.
It was them.
Well, she's delusional just like you are. Quit spreading it as fact. It's not fact.
So why would they have to travel? And then that brought me to the grim reality of dismemberment. And that's kind of where that theory started developing.
So you,
Betty, when you
think that they were doing all this traveling so they could throw parts away everywhere else, everywhere on the way? Are you fucking kidding me? Betty, what is wrong with you? You are truly sick and demented. They weren't traveling like that. None of this is true. This is all you and your lies.
started to appeal to the public about waterways ideas, they silenced you. Yeah, they did. But we were talking about a couple things, Women's Warrior. We were talking about the sea bag as well. We were talking about waterways, dumping isolated areas in and around their community. We were talking about something missing from their home.
You only had 10 to 15 minutes, Betty, according to your timeline.
A Tupperware, a suitcase, or the sea bag. And we were talking about the waterways and bridges at the time. You're right, Women's Warrior. Those were the things that we were discussing at that time. Mm-hmm. Yep. So let's get to the poll, which I always forget to do. Let's talk poll, and then we'll. Okay. So the poll was what happened to Sebastian. And I had several different things. I think one of them was runaway. One of them was dead accident. One of them was dead mom/stepdad. And one was kidnapped. Those are pretty much, I think, all four of the categories that were stated at the beginning of this case as possibilities before we learned about this case. And so we have 66% that believes that he's deceased and that his mom and or stepfather are responsible for his death. 13% of our audience believes that he was kidnapped. 11% of our audience believe he is dead and it was an accident. And 7% believe he ran away. So we have about a 20% that believes he ran away or was kidnapped, and about an 80% that believes he's dead, either by an accident or by his mother or stepfather. So those are the poll. That's what our audience believes happened. And
no, that's because I sit there and listen to you spew lies.
That was based on 486 votes for that poll.
Bullshit, you only had 239 in chat. Stop it. Oh, that was the other one. I'm sorry. Okay, you may have had that many in this one. Your other live you had going when I started this, you only had 239. That's not many for a channel your size, Betty. Even 400 is not many for a channel with almost 40K in subs. Just wild. You have a lot of inactive subs. A whole bunch. You should be pulling in 1,500 or more with having almost 40K subs. I don't know. I'm just a tiny channel. I'm struggling out here, but I'm doing it. I don't know if you could, Betty. But something's just not adding up. Like I said, at least 60% of your subscribers are inactive. That's a huge amount. I don't know. It's weird. After your brainwashing, yeah.
So now we're going to go ahead and open up the phone lines. If you are the first person that calls in,
Oh Lord, she's gonna open up the phone lines.
phones off at 1:35. At 1:35 is when, unless we're in the middle of a conversation, and might be back on PM. We are their father, Travis Decker. It's on this one, and the decision was to move the Decker his own channel. It's a very high profile case on social media right now, and Sebastian
And Betty's
is
trying to weasel in there.
in its cooling period, and we kind of don't really have so much. I mean, we have some on the Sullivan case, but
So I'm gonna back us up a minute because she's gonna sit here and give you excuses on why, because the Decker case is really taken off, and the mom has received well over $1 million in donations. Betty wants a chunk of all this, so she's gonna give excuses on why she's now gonna, I guess, concentrate on this case. I don't know. We're gonna listen and find out.
this over to its own channel. It's a very high profile case on social media right now, and Sebastian
Wait,
is kind
she's
of
gonna
in
move it?
high profile, as well as to move the Decker. We can only do so much, so I had to make a decision, and the decision was to move the Decker case and the coverage of the Decker sisters, as well as Travis, over to its own channel. It's
own
a very
channel?
high profile case on social media right now.
She's doing a channel just to cover this case? Or is she taking it to her backup channel or her political channel? What?
And Sebastian is kind of in its cooling period, and we kind of don't really have so much. I mean, we have some on the Sullivan case, but it's the only case I've got to kind of keep Sebastian's case still in the forefront. We don't really have any new information on Sebastian's case. We are only getting some more details on Sebastian's case, such as, Sumner County potentially turning down U.S. Marshals help, which is just devastating.
You
and
don't
disheartening.
have any of that information. Shut up.
And it leads us to believe that law enforcement is not in it to win it. They're in it for a pissing contest. They're in it to see how long their schlong is. And in here, where we are, we don't really care. We want the job done. We want answers for this case. We want Sebastian brought home so his father can have some peace of mind to know that his son is either dead or alive. He deserves to know. He deserves to know.
Guess what?
And Chris,
He has a mother and a stepfather that love and miss him and deserve to know as well. He has a whole family that love and miss him and deserve to know as well.
and Katie will never tell their secrets. When they are arrested,
She
which I
knows
truly
nothing.
believe at some point they will both be arrested for their crimes. When they are arrested,
Exactly what crimes, Betty? You have not ever shown one shred of evidence of any crimes they've committed, Betty. Not one. If there was any evidence, they would have been arrested. Law enforcement's been very active in this case.
they will still deny it to the day that they put that needle in their arm. And I hope that that is where it is going. If they are arrested and they are true.
Ooh, okay, so now she wants a needle put in Chris and Katie's arms. Wow. Who the hell does she think she is? Who the hell does she think she is? These people have not been listed as a prime suspect. Nothing. There's nothing. Oh, that's a good screenshot. The one I have on my phone is different than this one. It's wild.
Truly, in fact, responsible for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' death and all of this mayhem, including my arrest. I hope they get the needle, and I will be fighting for it. And believe me, when
So you're mad because you got restraining orders, you got arrested, so that's why you want a needle put in their arms. You sick bitch. You've condemned these people without any evidence at all, because they've had enough of your harassment and stalking and threatening them. And I'm sorry, but I do hope, I really do hope that you get rearrested, Betty. I do. You deserve it. In my opinion, you deserve it.
arrested, they will be seeing me. I don't even care. They're going to be seeing Bullhorn Betty's face in their minds and behind their eyelids every time they close their eyes. Every time they close their eyes. Every time. So we're going to continue to work on this case.
That, my people, is a veiled threat against two people that she has that have protection orders against her. She just threatened them. Wow.
Because this case has been painted for us. We've had diligent research done on this case that identifies there is no other third party that I believe is responsible for this. I know some people believe that this is a custody dispute. I do not. I do not believe this is a custody dispute because, again, if they didn't want Seth around Sebastian, they could have done two things. They could have not even brought him to Tennessee or helped him move here. That's one of the first things they could have done. The second thing that they could have done.
Never was about custody, Betty. He didn't really want Sebastian, in my opinion. I mean, he even said he wouldn't take him because, dumped all the issues onto Katie Chris's lap. Yeah, I don't believe he truly wanted him either. At least until he was convenient and tons of attention. I don't know.
Is just go back to court. Go back to court. Try to minimize that. But they can't afford programs for kids in the condition of Sebastian that has high functioning autism.
What condition, Betty? You won't tell the truth. It wasn't about his conditions. It was about his behavior. There were serious behavioral issues, not uncommon in high functioning autistic children at that age. And going through the hormones and everything else. Not uncommon, Betty.
Some behavioral stuff.
Freddie, you've been a misfit. You've always been a misfit. It's her backup. That's where she's moving the Deckers to. Yeah, I kind of figured because that's where she did her other live really going at Chris and Katie. And she said that's where she was going to be covering the horrible parents. So I haven't really dug into this story, but I think I'm going to, because when I review her on it, I want to be able to call her out factual, not sitting here doing the same thing as she is for what. I want to be able to, and I know she's already put out shit in this case. Some of it I do know, not much, but some of it I do. And I know she clickbaits the hell out of everything. Well, you've always been a misfit, Frank. But thank you very much. I appreciate that. I really, really do. Those memberships out. Everybody in here, please don't forget to do the YouTube stuff. The thumbs up, the share, the comment, all that stuff. Sub up. If you're not subbed up, could appreciate it. One of these days, I'm going to get to 5K. One of these days. But I'm sorry, peeps. I needed a break from Brittany. And there is parts of her live I would like to comment, do some commentary on, but I just need, I had this stuff right, while Betty was a throw-in, but I had the Freedom Lady stuff ready to get into, which now we might not get into until, because Betty's taking forever here, until tomorrow, but, yeah, I can't believe, well, that's because I played around too much in the beginning for like an hour. I'm sorry I did that to y'all. But I appreciate all you misfits being here. Thank you for supporting me. I appreciate it. I really do.
Programs are not cheap. You're talking about $5,000 to $7,000 unless you are mega rich. Your kid's not getting into a facility like that unless the government or your insurance is paying for it. Normal people cannot afford that kind of monthly expense. Hell, most of us can't even afford the price.
And sometimes you can feel, just all by yourself out here on these streets, Sometimes, it's fucked up. But oh well, is what it is. I still doing my thing.
Price of eggs, let alone $7,000 to put our child in a facility. I mean, we have to look at it. We have to look at it. For those that don't know, our phone number here to the show is 724-252-8070. If you have a thought on this case, I know when we were talking about turning the phone lines, we were talking about all the cases, but we're not going to do it for all the cases. It's just going to be specifically for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers case. If you have a perspective, a question, or something related to the case that's important that you think people need to know, please reach out to 724-252-8070.
No, reach out to law enforcement. 1-800-TBI find. Don't reach out to these idiots.
Today was Sunday. That's past tense. Today is Sunday. Today is Sunday, and we had a great service at.
I sure love it here. Oh, thank you, Ready Freddy. I appreciate that. Thank you. You're always so supportive. You're a true misfit. You really are. Don't give two shits. I love that name. I'm glad you're not doing Brittany. It's gotten old. Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, I just needed a break from it because that bitch just, oh my God, she just don't get it. She don't get it. And she probably never will. But I gotta laugh my ass off. They're doing a great job though at her because she is so flustered. But you know, it does. Never mind. Anyway.
At church. Now, right now, I believe maybe did Turkey Man send me? I'll be posting Turkey Man's sermon up on the post. If you guys have never went over to Turkey Man's channel, please go over there and sub it up. He is a great supporter of the Bullhorn Betty channel. He, you know, even though we haven't talked in a little bit, I had some issues I was kind of dealing with, which I didn't have to deal with on my own, but I did. And so it's been a little minute, but you know, I have an opportunity to speak with Turkey Man regularly if need be. And, you know, he counsels and prays over me and just keeps me going in the right direction. So please don't forget to go over and sub him up and support the people that support this channel and keep this channel healthy, right? A lot of the gunk here on social media is bad, you know, really, really bad. And it gunks you up. You know, there's some things I look back on some of the videos I did when I first came out. You know, I was so bright-eyed and just so naive and, you know, not knowing what I was getting myself into. And, you know, wow, it really, really horrible, disgustingly horrible. Where's my, what did I do? Hold on.
Oh my God. Especially when he's had some beers. Oh Lord, are they really going to do their new? Oh my Lord, that's going to be funny. Yeah, that's going to be funny. I just, you know, I'm sick of hearing her play victim to the circumstances she creates, and she keeps poking at Clue like no tomorrow, and she sits there and lets Kim and Crafton run their mouths. And reality wigs and all of them. And then she says, but I didn't say it. But she supports it all and laughs and giggles and says, yep. You know, she never shuts anything down. And she runs with anything anybody comes in chat and tells her. But she's not going to stop because she wants it. She wants it. And that's just my opinion. So when it's, you know, like I said, there is parts of her live, I do want to, about 30, 40 minutes of it that I want to do commentary on. Other than that, you know, Clue got her, Queen got her, Trish got her, you know, they're handling it. But I still say she's wrong. You know, and she's getting what she's asking for. This is what she wants. She got views last night. Her numbers went up last night. It's what she wanted. And she'll probably do it again in next night or two. She's not going to stop. You can't stop when you're the one creating it. You know? And I'm sorry, but they've done some shit they should have never done. And you know, they were warned and didn't listen. Now they get what they asked for. You know, they went after people's private, personal lives that have nothing to do with their YouTube. Brittany makes her whole family part of her YouTube and all her crap. And she unloads her whole life onto everybody, you know, all her mods and stuff. And when it gets too much for them, and they depart, it's a whole shit show. And it shouldn't be. But it is because of how she is. And I believe Angela's post. I believe what she said. Because I already knew about that situation. And it wasn't from Angela that I heard about that situation with, I'm sure you guys all have heard the post, read the post. But I knew about that months ago. And it didn't happen, and it didn't come from Angela. I don't know Angela. It was from somebody totally different. But she did leave him, and she did go to her mods whining and crying and claiming she had no money to pay for the room. She had no clothes for the kids, nothing. And she was supplied quite a bit. Brittany does a lot of begging behind the scenes. She does. I couldn't imagine. I couldn't reach out to any of you privately and ask you I just couldn't do it. No. I just think that's, if someone is, generous enough with you, how dare you then turn around because they were generous enough to tip you or to make a donation to you? Then how dare you turn around and use that to then reach out privately and say, hey, I'm in this situation. I just, but that's just me. Everybody thinks differently, and that's okay, but that's just not what I would do. And we've all been in situations where, desperation, but not as often as she has. So I do believe Angela's post because, like I said, I heard about that months ago. But to me, that's their private, personal business off YouTube. But then she makes it part of, she brings it all in, and it's like, where's the line at? Because she makes it all a part of her channel. So where's the line at? And she does, and she has no problem letting her and her panel and her mods go dig into people's real lives. So where's the line at with her? It's like, she brings it all on herself. She really totally does. I guess that's what I'm just trying to say.
Give me just a second. Let me check. Did everybody hear the phone ringing? Okay. Well, thank you. This is Betty. Who's this and where are you calling from? Well, hello, Lisa from Pennsylvania. What do you think's going on here? Mm-hmm.
Don't understand boundaries. Yeah. She doesn't.
Yeah.
And then they heard her panel and her mods cross that boundary all the time. She denies it, of course. She says, well, I didn't do it. I didn't say it, blah, 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 but then is the first one to cry victim when someone pokes back after warning you. Sorry, not sorry. You asked for it.
Mm-hmm.
As much as there is a video, I feel more so that it was a snub for Seth, and it would have had to have been getting rid of him the day before to tell him on that specific 26th date. Because it was for him, that reason. He wasn't moving fast enough. He wasn't getting things done quick enough for them. And it was something they had to have happen. So that being the reason why I feel that it would have had to have been the 26th, because they were able to tell him that day, as much as that hurt me to say that. And then also, whenever I visualize or think, of what might have happened, I just keep on coming to mind, this idea, of there being some type of a disc or something. It almost seems like it's a roof, but it's a round, rough surface.
Yeah, and you know what? That's what
keep on thinking that
to behind the Bower Sox property, because they have those two circular concrete disc water.
That's what I keep on coming. That's what keeps on coming to my mind. But why? I don't know why. I keep on asking myself, why do I keep on saying it's a bird bath? For whatever reason, to me, I keep on saying it's a bird bath. But when I visualize it, it couldn't possibly be a bird bath because you couldn't put something in there.
Right.
You couldn't put something in something that's a bird bath because that would be too small. But I keep on thinking in my mind, why do I keep on saying it's a bird bath? It's like those two things keep on coming up for me.
That might have,
but
that
I keep
might
on
be
seeing
potable water there, you know, that might be.
I mean, that it's, that it's a rough surface, like a high on the sides, but lower in the center. That's what I'm seeing. And then for whatever reason, there's like a hole in the center. That's
You
what
should
I
go to the map and look at, have you had an opportunity to look at the map by the Bower Sox?
No.
You should go to Enoch.
So this caller has visions of this. Okay.
Way in Gallatin and look behind their house and see if those circular discs are what you're seeing.
Okay.
Because I've heard that before, and that, and I got to tell you,
thinking about that for whatever reason, I just can't keep on. I had this situation happen to me, and that's why I don't ignore it anymore. And just to all your listeners, if something is eating away at you, don't ever ignore it, because there's a reason why it's doing that to you. When my father went missing, it's very upsetting. My parents had purchased a home, and 6 months in, my father went for a walk in the woods, and he was gone for 6 months, and we weren't able to recover him until he was remained. So
I'm sorry.
When I think about, and something in my mind kept on telling me, you don't want to go there, you don't want to go there. And it was a place where he was, but for whatever reason, to me, something kept on telling me, don't go there, don't go there, don't go there. He was actually found a mile away from the property. So, and we were doing like walks and searches. And when I think of Sebastian and the search, we had everything, we had all of that. And that gets to me too. It's the whole entire idea of everything that you have. And he's only a mile away and you still can't locate him. The helicopters, infrared, all the dogs, all the searches of the police department, fire department, we had all that. So, whenever I think about, that whole entire aspect, I mean, like I say, don't ever ignore it, because it did it to me, but I just couldn't bring myself to go there. And maybe it was a warning from God or something to not go there because you won't be able to handle it, So, but like I said, I mean, with regards to Sebastian's case, when I think about Sebastian's case, I feel for Seth and, everything he's going through,
Lord. So we have a psychic.
Like being what it is, it takes a strong person to admit maybe some of the missteps they've made in the past. As a grandparent,
who's done that?
I'm very well aware of those types of situations, to make sure that you're paying attention. If you know something that's right, you do what you have to do to protect your children, your grandchildren, people that you love and you care about. And it's hard. It's hard.
Actually, let's take it off the phone with you. I think I'm going to pull this up and I'll show it on the screen so you can see it.
Okay, you've done.
Chat soon. I'm going to pull it up now. Thank you so much. I wanted to isn't it not letting me go down?
Why would you run with what she's saying, Betty? What?
This is Betty.
Tell me you're not desperate for anything to keep talking about this case. But the thing is, even your audience is done with it, Betty. You don't get it.
Listen, where are you calling from? Hello? Hello. Okay, goodbye. All right, give me just a second. Let me turn the phones off real quick. I don't like this mouse.
Well, she wasn't getting no calls. That's why she turned the phones off.
The phone. Are they for the other computer? This one's driving me nuts. All right, so let's look at Enoch Way. Where are those? So Lisa, this is for you, okay? So these things right here. So here's Enoch. This is where their house is. It's right here, the second house toward the end. And here is, there they are, right there.
Those are water
Those
towers,
are the
Betty.
little things that I'm talking
about. There's no way that in 10 to 15 minutes, Christopher Proudfoot could have done any of that with only 10 to 15 minutes to get it all done. Oh my God, she's so ridiculous. And how would he gain access to them, Betty? How?
about, but I don't know that if that's what you were describing, because those have rough, coarse, heavy tops to them, and it's within a distance from their house. They would have known it. Chris and Katie, or not Chris and his family have been in this area for probably his entire life. So he would be well versed. What are those? It looks like, yeah, these are definitely some type of retaining water cylinders of some sort, or waste treatment cylinders of some sort. But this would be very contained. Were these ever searched by law enforcement? We don't know. We don't know if those were ever searched by law enforcement. So, all right, let me turn this back on. There we go. So I'm just saying, I don't know if that's what you were looking at, Lisa, or not, but when you were saying it to me, that was the first thing I thought of when you were saying about the circular doohickeys. The doohickeys. People like the AG. Thanks. I thought the trip by the Foots were, don't too confuse Ellie and get them to think Sebastian was somewhere else.
What?
It's possible. It's possible.
The trips by the Prophets, what trips were done to confuse law enforcement as to where he would be? Fucking bro. You don't think the cars and the RV, everything wasn't checked and gone over? Betty, there was nothing. Nothing. Law enforcement stated there was nothing. No foul play, Betty. No evidence of anything.
Because, well, you got to look at it like this. To me, it seems like timeline-wise, now I may be wrong, but in my mind, I've thought about this the entire time. And again, I could be wrong. I can't remember. But it seems like the timing of it, when Kathy and Terry Bowersox left the area, went to Washington State and then to Alaska.
Betty, no shade, just a serious question. What the hell are you doing with your hair? Why is it so many different colors? Why does the bottom look, unless it's just the camera lighting, but it looks almost blonde, the ends on some of it. What are you doing? Trim that shit up. I mean, come on. I mean, face it, we all go gray and white, Betty. It's part of life. Hey, you know what I use when I get color and do my hair? I use that silver, and it just highlights. It puts some other color in it, and it highlights the gray. It looks better. It looks better. In fact, I need to go get some and do my hair. It badly needs done, so I can cam up. I haven't cammed up in a while. But yeah, Betty, do something. It looks okay.
I believe that is around the same time frame that they went back to get the camper. And if that's the case, then Chris would have had their house with nobody in it that has a direct shot to the forest behind it, you know?
How? When he went to get the camper. And I thought you shut the phone lines off, Betty. But how, when he was getting the camper? He can be in two places at once? But I thought you said he came home that night, drove straight like a bat out of hell, had 10 to 15 minutes to do whatever he was going to do with Sebastian, and then drove like a bat out of hell to get at the job site. At the time you claim he got there, though that's not the time that he actually got there. He was already there earlier. So, and even the private investigators have confirmed where Chris was. So, again, Betty, you're wrong. No surprise.
Who's this and where are you calling from?
I thought she shut the phones off.
Aw, hey, Alicia. How are you doing, my love?
We can't hear it,
I'm
Betty.
hot. I don't have nice weather. I have hot weather. I'm staying in. I ain't going nowhere. So what do you think about all of this?
Can't hear her, Betty.
Mm-hmm.
People in your audience try to tell you can't hear Betty. Betty, read your chat.
Level 1
Mm-hmm.
son, and he did have to go to a facility. I was not enough for him.
Mhm.
As much as I tried and as much as I wanted to be, I wasn't. He needed professional help. And that's not something that they can just go into sneakily. It's highly documented. It took a year and a half to get him approved, and it was $11,500 a month. Thank God for the Oregon Health Plan,
Right.
because I wouldn't have been able to afford it.
Now let me ask you a couple things.
Betty, shut up and listen to her. She's trying to tell you how expensive it is and all the paperwork and time it takes, because if you can't pay for it, you got to apply for help, and it's a nightmare of application after application after application. It's a whole process. You don't want to hear none of that.
You're talking about the situation or your experience that you've had. Now, did your child, was your child highly functioning? Was it Sebastian, where he could take care of himself, brush his hair, take a shower, cook himself something to eat?
Yep, absolutely. He needs supervision doing it.
Mm-hmm.
He needs reminders doing it, but he absolutely does everything on his own.
Okay.
If
Betty,
you're not there, he won't.
Yeah, and how much did you say this program cost?
$11,500 a month. Now, I don't know if that was exasperated because it was a state paying for it, and a personal fee would be a little bit cheaper, but I know the Oregon Health Plan paid that.
Gotcha. So there was I'm sure a lot of paperwork, a
year and a half.
Exactly.
Okay. So there would have been.
That's what I mean. You guys, Tony and his crew even coming out with this theory back in the TikTok days about him being on an Indian reservation in Alaska. I mean, it's insanity. It was stupidity. And now, some of them have run with, oh, well, he's in a facility somewhere because, they were looking into programs. No, they were looking for the best options to get and the best resources to get Sebastian the help he needed. Because there was problems. There was issues. And that's okay. Don't be ashamed of it. Don't hide it. It doesn't fit into none of their narratives, and that's why they won't talk about it.
A trail documenting all of this. So that's another
and therapy and all of these things proving that it was a necessary thing. This is not just someplace you can go because you don't want to deal with your kid.
Right.
Like, they definitely need help.
Betty, look at her face. Betty does not like this conversation. Not at all. Because it's what people have been trying to tell her all along. And Betty, that was one of the theories Betty's always ran with. That they're hiding him. No, I do not believe they are hiding him anywhere.
I don't think.
Yeah, and I just don't see Chris ponying up any type of money for Sebastian.
Betty, shut up. Who has they don't have $11,000. They work hard, and they both work real jobs, Betty, to pay for the nice things they have. You wouldn't know nothing about that, though, huh?
Food. Yeah. And how does he know all of this? And you supposedly weren't there.
Yeah, well, we all know that he was the drafter and script creator.
Oh
and
my
here's
God.
my thing. If Sebastian was to walk through that door today and say, hey, I needed a vacation, I couldn't handle it, I still would blame them.
Yeah.
Because their behaviors, and here's the thing, I can't even be upset with Katie because I know how it was for me. Now, I was a single mom going through this. And I know it was so frustrating and because I didn't understand the way my child was thinking.
Right.
And having an ex-husband and a father who is impossible to co-parent with, that there had to be a third party because of the way he treated and spoke to Katie. And I truly believe that. And who would fight her at every turn, no matter what she would do. And knowing that they were trying to have some type of rule, some type of boundaries, which kids need. They need to understand and learn boundaries and what rules are. And I believe, I'm sorry, but I've seen parents like him. And from what I've seen out here, he's the one who would fight tooth and nail everything they wanted. And when he was there, would absolutely do the exact opposite and run his mouth. And he even said he used to tell Sebastian, Mom, you don't love me anymore. I mean, you don't do that to a kid. You don't put a kid in the middle of adult stuff, regardless. In my opinion.
I was grown up in a different era where they knock the ADHD out of you.
Like Lisa B always says, they discipline the autism out of you.
Yeah, and I think that's what they tried to do with him. Exactly. I think Chris grew up like that, and that's what happened to him.
Because Chris knows, don't you know? Chris knows everything. He knows what's best for everybody. He even knew what was best for Bullhorn Betty.
You know what? I think Chris is
somebody's got to tell you, because you don't know what's best for your own damn self. Your ego is going to be your downfall, Betty. And you're falling. You don't see it. You won't see it till it's too late, but we all see it.
Like Sebastian, and he wants to admit.
Yeah,
you're one by one going to lose every court case. You're going to be paying Queen Bee some serious money in legal fees, which I hope she gets every penny of it out of you. Somehow, some way. I hope she does, because she deserves it. You're going to be paying Granny a barbecue in some fashion or way. And you deserve that as well, Betty. You do. And I have a feeling there's a couple other lawsuits coming your way, Betty. And not by you filing them, but by people filing against you. And I'm sure they're doing it purely out of principle, which I can't blame them a bit, because you deserve it. And Betty, let's face it, you ain't got shit. It's out of principle because of the things you've done. I just have a feeling there's a couple more of them defamation and slander lawsuits coming up in your future.
No, Sebastian's much
my opinion, of course.
Oh, absolutely.
But I get what your point, though.
And my son he's 17 now, but he was in pull-ups until he was almost 15. And that was because of trauma. That was because of the way I was raising him. That was because I've been clean and sober for 9 years now, but because I was on drugs and he had very unstable, unsure daily life. He wasn't beaten or bended or abused, but he was very unstable and insecure. And so these things are trauma. It's not because he likes to do it or that he didn't know how. His body was reacting to the mental trauma. Sebastian went through a lot.
He did. And his body was showing signs of it.
What? No, his body. What are you talking about? What the hell are they talking about? His body wasn't showing signs of anything, Betty. He was a 15-year-old. He's a 15-year-old boy. Well, now 16. Thank you.
Body was screaming for help. And it makes me sad because I know what my son went through. I know Sebastian went through it. And for them to treat him like that is just disgusting.
I think, you know what? I look at Chris and Katie's.
Treat him like what exactly? What are you talking about? Where's all these videos of this horrible treatment? Let us know.
Behavior as repulsive, but I also look at law enforcement's behavior in their justice and advocacy as disgusting for Sebastian as well.
It's vile. This is a member of your community. This is a child.
Yeah.
Where's his village? His village is more than Seth.
Yeah.
His village is more than just his daddy, his only daddy.
Yeah.
Where's his village?
Yeah. Sebastian's army. Sebastian's army is his village.
That wasn't his only daddy. He has a stepfather that loves him very much and has been a big part of his life for years. They lived under the same roof. What are you talking about? If I remember correctly, Seth even said they called him dad too. Stop it. Said they had to parent Seth. Are you kidding me?
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. But unfortunately, we didn't even know about poor little Sebastian before
Right.
this. Why didn't they scream for help? And I'm telling you, they might have, because I screamed for help for almost 4 years for my son, and it took forever. Once we got the ball rolling, it took a year and a half.
It's just too much.
So it does
Who
take a
wants to
long
go
time.
through all that? It shouldn't be this hard for help. When you really need help, it shouldn't take a year and a half to get help.
Nope. But they did have help. I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't have a spouse or a mate or a baby daddy or any of that.
And a lot of people don't.
It was me. She had help.
Yeah, she did, but a lot of people don't, you know. And the help she got, she didn't want it. But not only that, but you know, when you look at the whole story, we hear the story of Katie being essayed, and I've known parents
Sorry,
that are
but I don't believe. I just don't, because I've dealt with too many parents over the years. I don't believe that Seth was all that helpful. I just don't. I think that he fought Katie at every turn. I think he was one of those parents that would do anything and talk about the other parent and do anything he could to go against everything that parent was trying to do. And he would purposely let things go at his house that he knows he shouldn't have. Like the open freedom to the internet and gaming rooms. But, you know, just my opinion.
say they are hover parents to their kids. They want to make sure nothing happens to their children that they had happened to them. And for Katie
Yep.
to allow something like that to happen to her son, it just really shows you who she is as a parent. Every bad thing that has ever happened to Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers happened under his mother and Chris Proudfoot's watch.
Yep.
Every single
To
bad
even-
thing that's happened to him happened with Chris and Katie there.
To even have contact with that that woman, female species that birthed her
Yeah.
is crazy to me. But to have your child around,
Yeah, and I was assured
No,
that
what
I was
happened to
assured
you?
Sebastian wasn't speaking to her, had no contact with her. I was assured of
Me
that,
too.
and the person that assured me of that lied to me and knew. that they had
Again,
lied to
you're
me.
wrong. You're both wrong. I don't believe Katie had Sebastian around that woman. Katie didn't have anything to do with that woman. Are you kidding me? Quit re-victimizing her, or quit trying to. What happened to Sebastian with another child around his age, not no teenager like you people say. The child was around his age. It was not Katie's fault or Chris's fault. It was, no matter what, you know. And she did everything she should. She got him help. Of course, Seth had problems with anything she did. Like I said, he's the parent that no matter what you do, he's going to fight you. And proves my point.
And when I
directly
found it, was
everybody's face.
yeah, I was pissed off that I aired it on my show when I found out about it. Your secrets aren't
Yeah.
mine to keep.
Nope.
So
And I just feel like the system failed Sebastian. Everybody failed Sebastian.
and law enforcement
Um,
continues to fail him every single day. This
and-
is on
Yep.
Eric Craddock's hands. This is his
Betty-
leadership right here.
You are my spirit twin. I swear for Jesus, you are. Because I feel the same way. Chris continues to violate him. He continues to abuse him by the
Please tell me I wasn't muted. Was I just muted? Where did everybody go? I hope I wasn't just muted. Because if I was, y'all missed a good. Now I gotta remember it. She's watching detection. Hey, Patricia. She's watching detection. Oh, the detective trained by an attorney. I was for a minute, and you missed the whole spiel. But I have questions. Why have they not asked these questions? Maybe you should talk about what happened at Dust's house that last weekend. I don't know. Ask some questions. Allegedly, law enforcement was called. Ask some questions, but you won't. You won't. No, I can't remember what else I said. Let me back it up. Maybe her talking again will refresh me.
Are my spirit twin. I swear for Jesus, you are.
This is his
Betty,
leadership right here.
You are my.
This is on Eric Craddock's hands. This is his,
Okay.
this is his leadership right
This has nothing. This is not on anybody's hands. This is not on Eric Craddock's hands. Like I said, you always say how Chris and Katie took everything from him because he had to get rid of some pets. Chris has a severe allergy to cats. It happens. And sometimes the allergies are severe enough where you just can't have them in your home. And, it is what it is. And the snakes wasn't being taken care of. Or there was too many or whatever. Their reasonings. You don't talk about the things Seth has done. Why did he get rid of his dogs? He also, it was taking the only place he enjoyed going where he had friends, school, away from him. Not to mention he didn't want to go live there. He didn't want to be homeschooled, that's for sure. So why are you not addressing any of these issues? Couldn't be that's why he ran off. He had free reign on the internet and gaming rooms. I'm sure he was talking to people. That's how it goes. Anyway.
You are my spirit twin. I swear for Jesus, you are.
Yeah, I did.
Because I feel the same way.
I grabbed Dookie a treat so he'd leave me alone. He has these little tubes and stuff, and I give him just a little squirt at a time, so he leaves me, so he doesn't mess with my cords and stuff. Yeah, she does copy everybody else.
Chris continues to violate him. He continues to abuse him by the things that he says, the actions. Law enforcement continues. I don't know if there's corruption, family ties, all of that kind of stuff. There clearly is corruption after what happened to you. But I don't know if there's family ties. I don't know. But something is wrong. And I don't understand if Chris was over state line. This child is missing. All of this, why is the FBI not coming in? Damn what they want or will hand over. Why won't they just take it? Mm-hmm. It's a clear.
But my problem is there was clear allegations of abuse. After those allegations of abuse, a child disappeared.
Multiple.
There's enough there to charge both of these parents with that abuse. Katie's more.
No, there's not. There wasn't any clear evidence of any abuse, Betty. That the call was unfounded. There's also clear evidence of abuse from the father's side, Betty. Why have you not questioned that? If you're going to look at it and talk about it, you got to look at it and talk about it all across the board, not just one side or the other. There's questions that could be asked on both sides, Betty. Both. Oh, Lord.
Reported Chris for the one doing it. They have enough probable cause. I mean, for fuck's sake, excuse my language on a Sunday, but they had probable cause for me for hashtags from Florida.
Okay, number one, lady on the phone, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Just because Betty was arrested and Betty has protection orders put against her because of her own actions, her own behavior, does not mean that the county or the police are corrupt. It means that they're fed up with people like Betty, trash like Betty. Betty is creating her own situation. Can't blame law enforcement for trying to do their jobs. That's one of the things that frustrates officers more than anything. They do all the work to arrest these people, and these lawyers and these judges mess up the cases and they get off.
CPS is liable for this child missing.
No, they're
CPS is
not.
absolutely a million
No,
percent
they're not.
liable.
Yeah.
When
well,
my
all I'm saying
No, they are not liable. They are not liable.
don't tell me they don't have probable cause. They absolutely have probable cause right now to put cuffs on Chris and Katie's wrist right now. And they choose every single day.
What's the probable cause, Betty? What's the probable cause? Since you know so much, you know very little. You live in a very demented, twisted reality in that little pea-sized brain of yours. You don't think if they didn't have anything they could move on anybody with, they wouldn't have done that already. Okay, Betty.
not to arrest them. And they're consciously making that effort. Yeah.
My son told them, no, my mom doesn't hit me. No, my mom doesn't. No, my mom is good. She did it. But I was on drugs.
Mm-hmm.
He was removed from my home.
Oh,
I was charged
boy.
with child neglect and endangerment. And that was the first time.
Because you were actively using illegal substances in front of and around your child. There's no way you were taking good care of that child if you were all whacked out on drugs. Your case is nothing like theirs, lady. I mean, my God, this caller is now sitting here saying that, well, her son was taken because she wasn't taking care of her child either. What? Oh, my Lord.
Not 5.
Yeah.
They don't play here.
We don't play in Florida either, but clearly.
And trust me, they would have in Tennessee if there would have been any signs of anything. He would have been removed regardless. And if there was any probable cause, arrest warrants would have been issued. You got, lady, you're projecting all the mistakes you made onto them. Your life is not theirs. And evidently, you were pretty messed up on drugs for a while. So I don't believe you had any connection and was functioning the way you should have been to take care of an autistic child. Wow.
Well, this is the problem, is that places like Tennessee think if they say it, the whole world will listen.
Baby.
We're tired of listening to our government into sickness and into death.
Yeah,
So
there was
we have
no open cases with CPS. There wasn't.
check everything here on the Bullhorn Betty channel, and we say that Sumner County is full of shit.
You want Betty to be
And
your
that's just the reality of it. They're full of garbage. They're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. They haven't done what they were supposed to be doing. And every single day we get further and further behind from justice for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. They ain't hurting Bullhorn Betty's feelings. The only person that they're destroying is a innocent father that's trying to find answers about where his son is while they're sitting with their thumb up their ass.
What's confusing, and let me preface this, I am not saying that he was not at work.
Mm-hmm.
If Seth was not at work one day, he would not get paid for that.
Yep.
If you are not
But
at work.
he did disappear off camera for several hours. And just because he was at work, doesn't mean, I mean, in all honesty, it doesn't mean that he still wasn't involved in some way. You know? Just my opinion. But yeah, okay. I mean, it's possible. We don't know what happened. That's just it. We don't know.
You're not going to get paid. The rest of us, if we don't go to work, we don't get paid. Why are they still getting paid for doing nothing in all of these cases? Look at all of the children that are on their list.
Yep.
They're brown.
It's the same story from
and
case
black.
to case in Tennessee. They refuse to go after the child abuse that they have the probable cause for.
Yes.
They fail to do anything. They don't protect their children. Sorry, you do when your child is missing. You're going to jail if you cannot produce that child, and there is some associated with the case, your butt's going to be in jail for something.
You're trusted with that when you give birth to that child, and if you can't handle it, give that baby up.
Yeah, and Elon Musk said it best. There was a post he put on X, and it said something to the effect, it was a picture of him and his child, and it said something to the effect, my child didn't ask to be brought in this world. I wanted to bring this child into this world. I owe my child everything. My child owes me nothing.
Absolutely. You know, and it's so funny because I was not supposed to even have my son. My son is a true miracle. He not only made it through, I lost 7 babies before him.
Oh, wow.
So I wasn't even supposed to get pregnant, much less carry to term. He was 3 days overdue, 7 pounds, 6 ounces, 22.5 inches, completely healthy, and I was on drugs. This is my story. This is my truth. It is my path. Jesus dropped the charges so anybody can come for me that wants to.
Right.
Because I've changed my life. And I did not know when I named him after my grandfather, his name means gift from God.
Oh.
Yeah. So these are our precious, most
But
valuable.
you stayed on drugs for years, and so you're telling me you were on drugs the whole time you were pregnant, and he was born healthy? And then you stayed on drugs for years after? Okay. All right.
Possessions. I don't understand it. I just don't understand it. And like my dad said, if you can understand it, you're capable of it. Stop trying to understand.
That is true. That is true. That is true. But I truly believe that every human being is capable, whether you think it or not. You, even the sweetest person in our chat, is capable of doing the unthinkable. We are capable of doing it. We were created to defend ourselves. We were created, so it only takes a perfect storm of circumstances that could cause anybody to wind up on my show. And I just,
absolutely.
I just want people to know.
But the
be on there to defend my child. Absolutely, I'm capable.
Yeah.
No, I would never want to go there. But if it was about my son, I would protect him with my life and anybody else's.
Well, Alicia, thank you for telling us your story and chatting about the case. And we're going to let you go. We've been on the phone 15 minutes, but it's nice catching up with you.
Goodness. Thank you, Betty, so much. Thank you for Sebastian's Army. And Seth, God bless you, sir.
Amen. Amen. Thank you so much. Talk to you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, we are to the end of the show. So wanted to make sure you guys all know that we are going to be on Bullhorn Betty Crime Stories to have our update about the Decker sisters and the latest and greatest on Trevor Decker manhunt. Again, that will be on Bullhorn Betty. That's going to be at 3 p.m. It's already scheduled, so you guys can go right on over there and sign up. If you have not yet signed up for that chat, you most likely won't be able to chat because it's going to be the same rules that are over here one day. So I've been trying for the last several days to get everybody to migrate over there if you're interested in the Decker case. And I wanted you guys to have some time to get over there so you weren't jammed up and couldn't chat. So if there are some stragglers in here that haven't gone over to the new channel and subbed up, please go over there and sub up so we can have the conversation to help the goal. Oh, thank you. Well, we already opened the phone. Now we just need the mullet party. So let me get back to where we were. We got Blue Skies and Sandy Beaches, 4-month member. Thank you for the love and the support. And says, thank you for all you do, Betty and mods. We've got LJ Forever. Thank you for the super sticker. God bless you. And I started this one because I wanted to circle back to it and chat with you. It says, hello, Betty. I'm fairly new here and would like to connect to you through email. Thank you for all you do for Sebastian. And you can reach out to me at bullhornbetty@gmail.com, bullhornbetty@gmail.com. And that goes for everybody in my chat. That is the absolute best way to get a hold of me. Sometimes, some weeks I'm better than others and I respond to every single email. And some weeks I don't. But that is truly the best way to get a hold of me. So if you have any questions, bullhornbetty@gmail.com. You want to connect with me, bullhornbetty@gmail.com. Or you have a tip, lead, or some information you need to share with me, bullhornbetty@gmail.com. Thank you so much. And Mike hitting it up. He's showing some love with the super sticker and wants to tell me that he hit the wrong button to help the goal. Thank you, Mike. God bless you for that. I do appreciate it, but we hit the goal. You know me. I try to get people to hit the goal, but I know we've been wanting to open up the phones for a while. So what do you do? I'm opening up the phones. I hadn't had a chance to talk with my people for a while. So we did do that. But I do appreciate it, Mike. Thank you so much for the love and the support that you show this channel. And the mullet party. Let's get to the mullet party. Don't want to forget that. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, yeah, we forgot. I forgot. We're going to be going. Stay here just for a few more minutes. We're not done with the show. I forgot. I had the whole thing set up so we could go down. We got about another 20 minutes of videos as we walk through the story of Sebastian Rogers. I was supposed to play them throughout our conversation and I forgot. So we're going to watch them and you're going to like it. Actually, this is really the story. It starts out with the 4-minute when they were still at the campground and running away from the searches and running away from Sebastian. And it's kind of just walking through all of our intro videos to where we are today. So if you guys would like to stay, please consider sticking around. If not, you have yourself an amazing and wonderful day. We're going to start kicking it off right now. And then we'll see you on Bullhorn Betty Crime Stories at 3 p.m. to get our update on the Decker manhunt. Hey guys, Bullhorn Betty here, giving you
Now she's going to play, I'm not kidding you, a 30-minute exit of all her videos from TikTok. That's what Betty does. Oh, this stupid phone. What is it doing that for? Okay. But look, she's going to do 30 minutes. Look, all her little videos. That's all it is. The lights videos trying to, it's insane. This woman is insane. Well, I should have stopped this a long time ago. We wasted all our time on this. I'm just going to briefly, because I don't want to change my title, but we're going to do a part 2 tomorrow, and it's going to be LadyFreedom, and hopefully and the money. Okay, we're gonna start with she claims she's been bullied. This LadyFreedom by Terry Lynn in her chat, by White Boy. Now she's been crying about this for a while. But she tries to act like she's not the drama. And she did this short video, and it's just crazy. But I think what I'm gonna do is, and in the video, it's Terry Lynn and White Boy bullying, stalking, and harassing her, because anybody that reviews her is I mean, this woman's. Let's discuss the enhanced flashlight video. You mean the altered video that doesn't make any sense and is bullshit? And then she's decided she's going to check into the the Decker case. And oh my lord, now I saved the video I wanted to review, just in case. You never know these people. They like to take them down and hide them, and that's okay if she does. Most of her content is crap she puts out here, but this, I think I have it under, yeah. I want to make sure I have it. because there's a couple videos, but I don't want to jump ahead. So we're going to be doing a series on locales, and we're going to do some digging on these locales. And she's one of the newer ones, and she's flown under the radar. You know, the green team was nice enough to get her to almost 3K in subs. And at one point, she was getting pretty decent views. But yeah, that ride's over. I mean, this was 4 days ago. She got 639 views. You know, she's filed for a protection order, restraining order against White Boy. And like I said, he's now happened to, you know, fight her with a restraining order. There was never no actual contact between them two in real life. But she claims she's being threatened, stalked, and harassed. And she was doing, oh, them eyebrows are god awful. She looks like a little troll. I'm sorry, but she does. And that's why she has her camera the way she does. And that's why she she's, never mind. She's trying to, she's very short and very stocky. But anyway, them eyebrows. Sorry, I'm clicking my lighter instead of I'm smoking. Sorry if it's bothering you. I really don't need to smoke with how my health has been. But yeah. So yeah, it's just, where's the accountability in Sebastian Rogers' case? Plus Lily and Jack timeline update. But she does anti-bullying. But you're gonna hear this. She's the victim. She's done nothing. I'm even going to be clipping some of White Boy's lives, and I'm going to reach out to him in the well because they know. And like I said, first she went after Terry Lynn, saying that Terry Lynn in her chat was stalking and harassing her and threatening her. Apparently, you can't have an opinion about her because if you do, she tries to strike you. She tries to, you know, and I got the email from her, just like the one Queen and everybody else got, where she's trying to defend herself and say that none of this was her and what she wanted to send you. But however, that didn't convince me of anything. Mugshots are mugshots. You are who you are. And we'll be going over that email as well. But let's go. Oh, Patricia, thank you. I'm trying. I'm getting there. I overdid it yesterday, and oh boy, did I pay for it. Oh boy, did I pay for it. Today I've not had much energy at all, so thankfully I can sit here. But I am getting tired. I've been on here a long time. We're just going to start on this. But she also has done shorts and everything. This woman is... Wait... There's a lot to show on her. There's a lot. But I just wanted to give you just like this, you know. And you know, she idolizes Betty. I'm going to play after this. I'm going to play a couple of minutes where she fangirls it so hard for Betty. It's pathetic. And you know what's weird is someone did remind me in chat, they both don't like to wear pants in public. Yeah, that's a public fact. It's part of the records. Yeah. And this woman does do things behind the scenes. Very dirty behind the scenes, in my opinion. Here she goes. So again, Betty inserted hers. Oh, ho, hey. Betty inserted herself into a court thing that has nothing whatsoever to do with her. Not her fight, not her business. But she decided to insert herself and go stick up for LadyFreedom against White Boy. She don't know LadyFreedom. Betty didn't even acknowledge this woman prior to this, and I haven't heard her acknowledge her since. It's just for her to get at White Boy in the well. And for her to involve herself in yet some more legal drama. And that's who is she's taking all her, I'm guessing, legal advice from. Girl. But White Boy also, they are using they have a Cash App because he has to get a lawyer to fight this piece of shit, this Lolcow. And, you know, if anybody can help with a couple bucks, I'm sure they'd appreciate it. It's crazy what's being done. No one is stalking you. Reviewing you is not stalking you. Terry Lynn's not knocked on your door. Her chat's not knocked on your door. Leave Terry Lynn alone. Did White Boy knock on your door? Did you see him face to face? Did he follow you around town? No, no, no. You're not being stalked. And I'm so sick of people using PTSD as their excuse for their behavior. What's the red line for? What's the stop sign for? Share screen. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry, everybody. I'll back it up because you didn't miss but a minute. I'll just back it up. I'm so sorry. I switched videos. Sir Duke, you sidetracked me. You really need to go. He's over here being a lovey kitty, rubbing all over me. I am so sorry. I will back it up. Okay, here we go.
Comes with the territory, independent information, and a short video, 2 small clips that I made, and just realized that whatever they interviewed him. So we're going to go over that tonight, and then I also have an update on Lily and Jack Sullivan from the mob crew. So I wanted to kind of analyze that video, the short video, 2 small clips that I made.
The mob crew, yeah, and he's a real credible source of information.
And just really good information and a quick update. I know that there was some controversy on YouTube, you know, concerning all of this. But there's always controversy all the time, right? I'm dealing with my own bit of controversy on YouTube. I guess it just comes with the territory, and depending on who you're dealing with, some people will handle it in a classy way, and then other people will handle it in a not so classy way, right? We all know how to use our words, but some people act a little bit out of sorts. But I did want to shout out to Bullhorn Betty because she really showed up and showed out for me yesterday. So I crashed out after court. I was really tired and just really exhausted. A lot of you who have been with me from the very beginning know my story pretty well. I don't share every aspect of my story, but you all are aware that I do have PTSD. And the stalking has really amplified the PTSD, right? So I didn't sleep at all. I woke up at like 5 o'clock on Sunday, prepared for the live show, did the live show, and then I stayed up and just kind of, if I get nervous, I clean or I do so, I just try to like expel the energy. I'll like exercise or do something, right? Just to kind of help with that, right? Because it's stressful. And they, have been kind of like posting things. So I think I just needed to say thank you so much to Bullhorn Betty for showing up and showing out. The court date was continued because White Boy's wife said that she did not have a lawyer. And so she needed time to get a lawyer. So I asked that the court date be rescheduled for the same date as him. I do have an active restraining order, protection order of protection on White Boy Radio. So, hey, Holly S., and welcome in, everybody. It's nice to see you. Happy Tuesday. Sorry, it's not Monday Night Raw. It's Tuesday Night Raw. But I just wanted to kind of give my own update because they kept posting things that were saying they were victorious. And I don't know how you would be victorious in a situation like this. It's actually really horrible. And I was really lucky to have someone because, as a lot of you know, I just moved here from Missouri the week of Thanksgiving in November. And I really love it in Florida. It was very peaceful and nice, and it hasn't been because of the situation. But they were continuing to post things like round one and stuff like that, and that they're not going to stop field trips, and they're saying these things in a plural fashion, like they've done it several times, and it's just it's terrible that I even have to deal with this, let alone address it here. Absolutely, Meg. Betty's a wonderful person. I was very lucky to have met her and had her as a support because, like I said, it's not like I could just call one of my girlfriends, or I have guy friends, a lot of guy friends, but, I can't just call someone and be like, hey, do you mind coming with me? And, just to stand with somebody in that situation is just very empowering. And, I felt bad because the other side didn't really have anybody there. So I'm a very compassionate person and a loving person, and I don't ever want to wish bad on anybody ever. That's not something that makes me feel good, and that's not how I was raised. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there and just let you guys know that, they didn't have a lawyer or anybody there, and so that's why they had to continue the court date. And they luckily continued it for the same day and the same time, so that's good. That way it's not having to go back and forth because it's not close to my house.
But you chose to do this. You didn't need no restraining order. You know that. You're doing a Betty because you're just like her. You're trying to be Betty. Go ahead and do that. You see her falling? Her fall's coming, and it's coming, and it's happening. You're trying to pull what Betty pulls. If someone talks about you, it's not working for her. And you're going to be stupid enough to go down that same avenue. Keep going. You're going to have a short YouTube career. I'm just telling you, I'm not threatening you because I don't care. I think you need to stop doing the shit you do behind the scenes. And I think you need to leave the courts out of it over some YouTube drama. You're just another Betty.
It is, and I just want to say too, like, don't be mean to each other, guys, and don't go and be mean to them either, like, because of this. I just wanted to let you guys know what was going on, because I don't think it's proper to have the lies all the time. And it's obvious that I don't have any warrants or anything like that, like they're saying. So it might just be a good time to stop all of it, and that's the only intention that I have in my heart, is for this to be over with and for me not to have to be in hypervigilant mode. And but yeah, as I said, just somebody that's willing to stand with you. And yeah, I just, again, thank you, Bullhorn Betty. You're an amazing person, amazing woman. I learned a lot just about advocacy and different just a lot of different things. So we, even though I was dog ass tired, I'm so sorry for being dog ass tired. But if I would have tried to lay down, I wouldn't have been able to sleep, and I would have been grumpy. And so I figured, you know what, I'm in it for the long haul tonight. Woo, you know, so that's what I did. But I was so glad to have had the show too, because it really like kept me calm and grounded, and that's what you all do here. And so does the true crime genre as it is. Some people go and, you know, watch. I mean, I watch funny videos too, but it's like I also watch true crime in a weird way, like in a calming way, like to, you know, in my free time. So there's that. But living true crime, not so fun also, you know. So I mean, that's just it. But you know, and I'm just praying that the judge will see that I need protection and it'll be over with. And that's all there is to that. But tonight.
What do you need protection from? It wasn't false information he was putting out. I mean, what exactly do you need protection from? Terry then lives in another damn state. And you've accused her of bullying, harassing, stalking, and threatening you. Her in her chat. Which, like I said, I'm digging on that because I want to have the facts about it. But we're gonna go over that too. I know you try to keep some things a lot behind the scenes so people don't know what you're really up to. That's not gonna work. Nope. You will see. I'm going to show all sides of it. And people can make up their own minds.
We are going to get into our true crime cases that we feel so passionately about and that we love, right? Because I think that's one thing that we can all agree on across the board is passion for true crime. So, you know, it's just an important thing, you know. Yeah, show poodles. I just had to do it. I just had to go ahead and, you know, I just had to stand up, and you know, it's not easy. It's not easy to do it either, because it's like it's not something I want to do, right? I'm not like, oh yay, I'm looking forward to this, woohoo! Like it's like very somber, and I wasn't really even myself, and then I ended up feeling a little bit bad. Like I was like, hopefully I wasn't like a total like what's that lady on the Saturday Night Live where she's good, you know, person with me, and so that's all there is to that too. It's just easy.
Do you believe Betty?
Tom Check Cafe says,
I can.
So does that mean I'm really it's continuing on and on? So it is not going to be in their favor to continue to do that, right? It's not in my favor to really say anything either, right? I mean, that's why I did not want to address it, but I also felt like, wow, there's so many people out there that seem to have kind of dropped off, and after he admitted.
So she's lost viewers because of the crap she's done to Terry Lynn and the white boy.
That he was served, I thought a lot of people would be like, hey, LadyFreedom, I'm sorry, but I did believe what he was saying about you, or what Queen Bee was saying about you, or, you know, B Tim calling me a horrible person, and he sounded.
Queen Bee don't even talk about you. Stop it. Stop trying to get their attention, because you know that'll grow your channel. Stop it. It's not going to work. Goddamn eyebrows, girl. Sorry, I suck at eyebrows, but damn.
Sounded like he's scared of me, and I was like, okay, gangsta. And so I was like, but you know, and I can put up with that because, you know, I put myself on YouTube so that I open myself up to that, right? It's just part of it. But
no, you cry, you try to strike people, then you go file court stuff, you do stuff behind the scenes. Don't act like you're innocent and like, oh well, it's just part of it. No, stop it. Like I said, I'm going to show all sides of it. Strike away. I'll fight you. Because I'm fair using the hell out of it. So, and it will be transformative with my commentary and music and me putting different, and I will not take things out of context. So we will play some things that may be a little boring, but I will not take it out of context. That way she can't cry that. Because you know that's what they do. Yep.
I didn't expect this. I didn't expect what I'm dealing with. You know what I mean? So, and I also think that everybody deserves to have legal counsel, but I was under the impression that they already had legal counsel because that's what was being bragged about on his channel as well. So then I was So, but it's in no one's best interest to talk about it. But I feel like I owe that at least to the people that follow me, for you guys, and I didn't want to put it up on a
So
paywall.
what you're worried about is he's actually retaining counsel to fight your frivolous restraining order. And in my opinion, it is frivolous. But again, that's just my opinion on what I know. Now, that can change because I'm just getting started on this. And we're going to walk down this. I'm just doing this as an opener. But we're going to walk down this avenue. And also her coverage on cases. And sadly, like always with these people, the drama comes along with the coverage, and all this transpired during different coverages. So that's how we're going to get. You'll see. I'm hoping this all works out the way I want it to. I've been putting a lot of work into this, and I'm doing a lot of digging and researching and reaching out to people because I want to make sure I know what I'm talking about. So I'm hoping that it pans out. But this is the newest locale for Locale Farms. You all know I do Locale Farms. So tomorrow we will be reviving my thumbnail. Oh, welcome to Locale Farms to actually initiate her to the farm and move her cow to the farm. Betty's been there. But yeah. And I really appreciate you guys that are here hanging with me. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Plus, I was just very impressed and felt very loved by Bullhorn.
Another movie,
what an amazing person that does that. That's the kind of thing that I like to do. So I will definitely be paying it forward. That's how we should be with each other. We should never leave each other in a bad situation. And so
that's her fault.
I felt badly. So I didn't push for anything besides the same court date for everyone. And I stand on that because
somehow I hit call somebody.
I'm a really bad liar too if I was to go in there and be like, I'm terrified of this girl, because it's not really her that I'm worried about. It's about the person who was selling GHB, and it wasn't 20 years ago. It was more recent than that.
That was wild.
I would just encourage people to do their own.
My phone just went crazy and just called somebody, I think on Messenger, and I didn't even touch my phone. Oh my Lord.
Research, but there's a reason why. There's a reason. And when you're having to drive him because his license is revoked, then I'm scared of you too, in a way, right? But I'm not going to get up there and say that I'm afraid of somebody, which I couldn't say that, right? Because I came in there standing tall. I had someone backing me up, and they didn't. The other person that I'm talking about. So, I have a heart, man. I have a heart, and I don't like any of this, as I said. Sasha says the feds are.
You're the center of it. See, you're another Brittany, another Betty. You create your situations, but you're the victim in it all. But you're trying to even spin it better than Brittany does. See, Brittany loves playing the victim. You're trying to spin it so that you don't want to do this and you're not the victim. It's all on them. You've done absolutely nothing, right? Absolutely nothing, right? You've not put out a bunch of crap in none of these cases you talk about, in Sebastian's case or anybody else's. And you don't do your own stuff. You use everybody else's content. Again, like Brittany and Betty.
They're hot on this case, as you well know. Only morons would do this, my opinion. Amen, Sasha. Amen.
The feds are hot on this case. The feds are hot on what case? Oh, geez. Shut up. God, not another one where her. Well, I would say a chunk of her subs are Bullhorn Betty's.
Talk about this, right? Because like I said, I want to analyze Craddock's interview, because this is back when he was a detective, right? He's got the detective patch, right, on his lapel. I don't know what do you call it, right here. And some of the things that he said was really interesting. I did a little bit of a slow jam excuse me, on this one. So yeah, I reviewed Craddock. Was it
wow
4 or 5 months in? I reviewed Craddock, right, because the statement came out about the snuggle struggle. All right, people say stupid stuff. Talk is cheap, right?
Totally taken out of context. An old comment from 20 years ago. totally taken out of context. They're still running with it. This piece of shit's still running with it.
It was a long time ago. If we're going to make the argument, right? Because I've heard those arguments. But we've seen these actions kind of with Craddock where he's very territorial over the case, right? So I was like, wow, he's being interviewed as a detective. And I'm not sure if you guys can see his patch, actually. Like, he's got his badge on the one side, and then he's got his
Means nothing.
description there, detective. She's Rex-rific. Couch Cafe. She's totally Rex-rific. I love her, Disa. She's amazing. She's amazing. Yeah, and I'm sorry if I didn't get to text people or, talk, because I was just so busy with everything. So Here for the Truth says, I'm in Missouri South, well into the Gypsy Rose Blanchard case. If you guys have, and Adam Forever 21 says, what the hell? So I made a police report. Then they decided that they were going to follow through, and they did come here, and all the buildings have codes on them. So I'm still not sure how they were able to access anything. So it was just kind of unnerving, but I thought that was the only time they came. But then he's done recent lives saying that, field trips, plural. He's even said, posted that they're not.
No, it was a field trip. It was one. I don't believe they ever intended on knocking on your door, which they did not. I don't, if you're saying there's codes in the campground, I don't know. He was at a campground. He put some flyers about you. Is the information not factual? I mean, according to public record, it is. Is it something I do? No, but he had his reasons. I mean, there's not supposed to be a but however, YouTube been doing this thing. I know you're not innocent in this either. So, but again, you're just another Betty and another BJ, trying to use, weighing down the court system with the YouTube drama you create.
Stop. So,
and like I said, my opinion could change once we get through all this. We'll see.
Again, people can say things. So it's just tough. And, you don't want to look like a Karen, but in the situation, like I said, I'm dealing with somebody who's dangerous.
How dangerous? You said the same thing about Terry Lynn in her chat.
Dangerous, in my opinion. Hey, Babs, good to see you. It's great to see you. I'm doing well. I am doing well.
Hey,
and like I said, I'm doing very well.
thanks
I feel
for
like I'm
stopping
very
in.
blessed and lucky to have good people that are surrounding me. Also, shout out to Josh from the lab, because I also saw his
Good video on Spanky. Fucking fabulous. I'm so glad you did one.
lives. I do go in his lives a lot. He's hilarious, and just love Josh. He's great.
Of course you do.
Yeah. Adam Forever 21, and we'll
she's
do,
desperately trying to get these other channels to acknowledge her. And she's flown under the radar too long. So this is just the opening, so you can see a little bit about her and about how she's been bullied and threatened and stalked and harassed because she's been reviewed. Come on. Have you known Terry in her chat to threaten, stalk, and harass like she's claiming they did? I don't know. Oh, it's a good video, Karma. You do a good job. I enjoy your videos.
alive at a later date, like when it's all over with and stuff like that. And I just want to be respectful of the process, the court process, right? Because it is one.
But you're not.
But I also,
if you were being respectful of the court process, your lips would have been zip closed. You would have not mentioned one word about it, in my opinion.
People that there's a good way to handle things where you don't have to keep going back and forth with somebody. Like, it's a different story if there's a beef and you're just kind of going back and forth with them online, but when you decide to show up at their home, and I live in a private park, right? So this is not
okay,
public easements or anything through here. So it's just not proper to do that to each other, and I'm sorry if that's ever happened to any of you guys.
I agree. You shouldn't show up at anybody's house. I don't know the extent of what happened. And that's why, but I do, but I don't want to comment on it yet, because you'll see it play out the way I'm hoping it lays out for me. And you all make up your own minds. But I do agree, you don't be going to people's houses. But I don't believe they ever went to her door. From my understanding, they did not. Now, that could be wrong. Isn't she the one who put out the photos that were fake? Yes. Yes, she was in on that, very much so. Even though she denies it, yes. And that's the one time I think I did review her, which was months ago. Because she will try to strike you. She will say you're stalking and harassing her because you review her. That you're bullying her. I'm not bullying her. I don't care where she lives. Don't want to know. Not my business. No, I'm not going there. That's just not my cup of tea. But again, like I said, everybody's different in how you react to it. There's more to the story. There's always more to the story. Did I laugh when White Boy was doing it? Yeah, I did. Is it something I'd do? No. But I'm not him. And I can't tell him what to do and not to do. I don't think anybody should go to anybody's house. And I don't believe he went to her door. And I don't believe that was ever his intention. But, we will see. And, don't forget, now she accused Terry Lynn and her chat of all this as well. In fact, in the other thumbnail, Terry Lynn's in it.
That's fair. And to keep on saying, I'm going to come back. It's very off-putting. And honestly, I went through the process of documenting everything. So that way I would be able to achieve the final goal, which is protection. So
you didn't need a court protection order. You didn't. And if he fights it, if he's successful in being able to get this attorney, I hope people do help him out. You may end up not having that restraining order, but I don't think that their intent was ever, they would never hurt you. You've got a history yourself.
It's really important.
And a current
also,
history.
Our friend, Eric with an H, he has a channel and he also posts videos and he has posted resources, which I have also posted again, and I'll do it in the description. On how to deal with cyberbullying, right? Because people are jerks.
You're not being bullied because you're being reviewed is not bullying. You can definitely tell her she's a BHB understudy. Definitely a BHB understudy. We already know she fangirls it hardcore. And Betty, yet again, involved herself in another situation that has absolutely nothing to do with her. But it was a chance for her to poke at White Boy. So she jumped on board with this woman who she don't know. And if this woman's dumb enough to continue getting legal advice from Betty, then so be it. Oof.
Don't let them do that to you, I mean, there's a way to handle it. You don't have to, it's like what the Dave Chappelle, when keeping it real goes wrong, right? You don't have to get in trouble over it. You just tell the authorities. Be
a Karen and call the cops every time that you have a disagreement with somebody on the internet and say they're cyberbullying you. Typical Betty move. Typical Betty move. Don't worry, they'll get tired of hearing from you, and they'll have a file on you as well.
About it, right? When it's just a threat, but then when it escalates, they're gonna do something about it, right? And so it's a process. And but please don't ever feel like you need. But
nothing's escalating. You were reviewed on YouTube. I can't wait till we review what I can find out, or have found out, I should say, about the Terry Lynn and her drama. Because Terry Lynn lives in freaking Tennessee. How is she a physical threat? Please. I think Terry Lynn called you out on some of your bullshit you put out here on Sebastian's case, and you didn't like it. My opinion, of course. Leave Terry Lynn alone.
Oh, BHB does not play. BHB does not play.
Oh my God. And what do you think Betty's done? She looks like a fool. Is that what you want to do? Look like Betty? Be like Betty? Oh, you're going to have a short YouTube career. If that's what you want to call it. I don't call it a career. But you people do. But you're going to have a short YouTube stint. Go on down that aisle. Betty's so winning. Do you really think Betty's winning? Look at how miserable Betty's life is. The woman stays in the same clothes for days and doesn't shower. She's in all kind of legal situations she can't get herself out of. Betty's in a lot of trouble right now. She's going to be paying out tons of money that she don't have. Do you understand? She gets laughed at and loses in court when she files this frivolous stuff she's got you filing. Oh my gosh. I know that I even said that. I'm not throwing no shade because I suck at eyebrows, but good Lord. And makeup looks like yeah. No, I agree, Chroma Chronicles. I agree. Okay.
And I was so blessed just to have such a strong, wonderful woman, there. So, Sasha says using thermal.
So Betty went to court with her against White Boy. That's where Betty was going the other day when she was driving in her car but wouldn't tell anybody. She was going to court with her. Betty has nothing to do with this. She wasn't involved in their situation. So that's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. There goes Betty again.
Imaging and potential cadaver. February not checking certain spaces thoroughly is a major red flag. Extreme changes to a certain location is a major red flag. Oh, absolutely. Tons of red flags. Tons of red flags, Sasha. I agree. I agree. Show poodles. Offered BHB. She went to jail for Sebastian and went to help another woman.
She didn't go to jail for Sebastian. She went to jail because of her own actions, her own behavior. That didn't help Sebastian. All that did was cause more chaos and more of a circus act that's forever now attached to that boy. That this woman has threatened, stalked, and really harassed his family, his mother, his stepdad, his grandparents, his aunts, his uncles, anybody she could. That's forever part of Sebastian now. Real good job.
Who's been in her shoes before. She's a great woman. Absolutely. I have mad respect for her too.
Not
and just
one
a nice
ounce,
person
none.
too. Like an interesting person to be around. Not like I said, she was interesting and I was like, I hope I'm not boring. Like, especially after on the
oh
drive.
My God, the fangirl and it's bad. It's so bad. Yikes. Oh, Betty, I just love you. You're so interesting. And I'm so boring. Betty. Oh, Betty. Oh, it's fucking gross. Grow up. She's
drive back. I was just kind of like, so like it all hit me, right? And like I had a lot of coffee, you guys. I had a shit ton of coffee and I was still like, thank you, Babs. She says, I'm so glad you stood up for yourself. Have a video proof of the harassment. They documented everything for me. And the big bit was, transcripts and stuff, I mean,
sorry, I keep lighting my lighter again.
It's not nice. Thanks, Babs. No, it does me too, and it just puts me in the same like position back where I was with my ex.
Okay, so you're projecting what happened to you allegedly in your past onto people reviewing you on YouTube. Got it.
That is true, though. Oh, Babs. Yep. No one who is human.
Is that the ex that you were arrested with? That, allegedly all those, all that stuff happened? Don't worry, we'll be reading that email and reviewing what you willingly sent out. But I also have the real information, all of it, not just bits and pieces, because someone else was nice enough to send it to me. So we'll be reviewing that. We'll see.
Or any kind of person with respect refers to grape as smell struggle.
You can't say anything. It's public information. It's not harassing you. It's not stalking you. And it's not threatening you. It is public record. And this is what you're, what you're out here saying why you're being bullied and lied on and harassed and stalked. Let's find out if you really are. Because if it's not you, then yeah, that's messed up. But we'll see. However, we will see.
I know, right?
Oh yeah, she's trying to
Yeah,
poach subs
yeah,
big time.
and he seems to have been tagging his ex-girlfriend. I hope I got that right. I try, and if I didn't, I apologize, and I'll fix it. Move to Texas, and you'll have friends called the Smith and Wesson and the good old boy Winchester too. He had taken me to the shooting range, and he didn't know that I could shoot, and so, and you know, he was impressed. He's like, okay, in Branson, and so just go down there, and you could shoot whatever you want. They're like right on the cove, so
don't you think that in the same live where she's talking about where she's being threatened, stalked, and harassed and bullied by YouTubers, that she conveniently talks about how she's such a good shot and goes went and shot and, you know, laughs and giggles? Shut the fuck up. Your veiled attempt at trying to intimidate someone, epic fail. Please.
Nobody's going to be across there or anything. I mean, hopefully not, because it's pretty rural. I mean, they have built some condos close now, on the other side, but not the lake side. So if that makes sense. Babs, be a Karen, be more than a Karen, be an Olivia. Don't take any crap from anyone. That's so cute. I love that. Babs. Well, it is immediately for stalking, harassment, including panic and menacing. Well, and see, the thing is I already had an open cyber stalking case for like Terry Lynn and her group, and
she actually, now she is so trying to be Betty. She actually thinks that she has an active open case with the FBI against Terry Lynn in her chat for cyberbullying, harassment, inducing panic, and menacing. And that's what she's trying to get White Boy for too.
I know that's who put them up to this. And so it was like,
okay.
I tried to explain that to them and, you know, ask for them to stop respectfully, but they didn't want to. It's just a big.
So you're saying that Terry Lynn in her chat put White Boy and Noel up to reviewing you, which then you two got into the back and forth. You did your shit, he did his shit, whatever. You're blaming that on Terry Lynn in her chat. Couldn't be because of your own behavior, right? The shit you put out in these cases. Couldn't be, right? Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm. Apparently, that happened right prior to this. So we'll see. We'll get there.
Right, Babs. When someone steps on your foot, your property, or your home, oh hell no, Babs. I probably would, like if I ever had to do that though, I would just like probably disable somebody like in their foot or something. You know what I mean?
Oh, isn't it convenient? She's trying to intimidate and trying to casually talk around it. I'm trying to threaten them and intimidate them that I can shoot. Girl, shut up. Oh, I would just wound them. Shut up. If you so big and bold and brave, the first thing you did was you ran to law enforcement. You ran and filed for because you listened to Betty and you think you are Betty. And quit filing frivolous complaints with freaking FBI and shit. You're going to end up with a 5150 file like Betty. Just watch.
Like that. I would never want to like hurt somebody like that or anything. Like
exactly, Ho.
I mean, unless it was, you know. But let's watch this first clip.
You notice how she's trying to do it without doing it? That's one thing you're going to notice about her. She tries to put out these intimidating comments and veiled threats in a way. She's not good at it. No one's scared.
It's not cool, and it's just upsetting. It's upsetting. But I appreciate you guys. Show poodles. I think everybody that lives in Missouri has a second home in Branson. Like there's all kind. It's everybody. Like it's so pretty in Branson. Branson is so pretty. Before they built those condos, it was gorgeous down there at night. You could see the full Milky Way, and like if you sat outside at night, you know, you would hear like coyotes and all the wildlife and stuff like that. But it was just really peaceful. It just was awesome. Yeah, my safety, and that's what and it's other people too. I mean, they've done this to several people. You know. It's not right, and you know, people need to understand that you could watch somebody, and if they say something you don't like, you just turn them off, you know. There's so many channels on YouTube, oh my God, or any of it, right?
You do understand YouTube's foundation, what built YouTube, was reviewing people. You knew that coming to YouTube. You don't want to be reviewed, don't have a channel. It's that simple.
Linda Farmer Screen Cop. Yeah. No, and I, you know, it's difficult because of my past, you know what I mean? It's reminiscent of it, and but it's weird when you don't know the person too. That's kind of creepy. So
YouTube.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna go ahead.
How YouTube's built. It is not threatening, harassing, and stalking or bullying to review someone or to have their own opinions about what you're putting out here. It's called YouTube. Your name should be Karen.
Go ahead and play Lily and Jack first. This update for Lily and Jack Sullivan, and they are missing.
Yeah, I didn't think that, from what I understood, that Matt and Terry Lynn don't even associate with each other. Yeah. But, you know, she's just like Betty. Everybody's together, whether they are or aren't.
Canada.
Oh, mob crew.
From their home in a deeply rural part of Nova Scotia, that 6-year-old Lily Sullivan and her 4-year-old brother Jack seem to have disappeared without a trace. Despite multiple searches, there's been no sign and little information until the Nova Scotia RCMP released an important detail. Retired police staff sergeant.
I'm not ready to get into the case with her. That's going to be our next live. Right now, I'm just trying to give you a feel for how much of a Karen she really is.
People who are very fact-based, right? So
Mob crew is not fact-based. Wow.
Appreciate that, right? Lily and Jack Sullivan missing from rural Nova Scotia, Canada. They have been missing for 1 month. They were last seen missing, and so we're in the next clip. So have moms, and then May 1st. That's according to the source. Daniel Martell has seemed so. Hey, SI Officer KJ Mack, nice to see you. Hey,
and
Linda.
None of this is her own research. She's using Mob Crew's and Betty's good sources. Okay, now I think she's what we're going to touch on in this live. Wait a minute, might be done. We're going to come back to this live.
26, right? He also has a daughter.
There's parts in
so
it.
holding people accountable for their actions.
He seemed to be more communicative to avoid the outlandish rumors. I agree. And, you know, there's a memorial that's been set out allegedly for the children. And I'm still working on a presentation about it because I think it's important.
And as things arise, I just take care of them.
Says. Oh, no, Town Chat Cafe says. The last time she spoke was May 23rd. Oh, except for the America's Most with the toys. What a bunch of buttholes. Up tonight, right? They're just sitting there jovial, playing with the toys. What a bunch of buttholes. In my opinion, of course. Let's go ahead and watch this next clip, guys. Let's go ahead and watch this next clip. It's interesting. This is Eric Craddock, right? We're gonna do a little review on Eric Craddock that we have not seen yet. Linda Farmer says a new cop needs to be put in Sebastian's case. Praying for the FBI, Linda. I mean, it's just like, come on. You know?
Idiots. The FBI have been involved since day one. There's no reason for them to take over the case. And they won't be doing that. No matter how much you couple idiots cry. Because at the end of the day, you're not relevant in the case. You're not relevant to the case. You're nothing but a nuisance. You muck it up. You cause interference. You cause chaos. God, you do nothing but spread misinformation and disinformation. Yeah, okay. Now, there's just a couple minutes of another video I want to play. Then I'm going to let y'all go because I've been on here a long time. And I've gotten dirty looks. Because I said I'd be here max 3 hours. We've been here longer. But I haven't been live for a couple days. So, you know. And I'm behind as it is. I'm always behind. It's rough. But this week I got some help. At least for a few days. So I'll be able to go live. I'm going to go live tomorrow. Not sure what time yet. And Is that the one I wanted to play? That might be it. Okay. I mean, you guys, her channel. And then she's now budding herself into Summer Wells. She don't know nothing about the Summer Wells case. Nothing. Nothing. And, you know, she's one of the biggest ones putting out these people in the jackets and in Sebastian's case, yellow jacket guys, clothing and vehicle. I mean, these people will go to no extreme to identify people and put them out there that have nothing whatsoever to do with Sebastian. I mean, Jesus. I mean, this is crazy. Then she runs with this shit. But she did this short, and it doesn't make any sense. But she did a whole 10-minute video or live on being, it's a weird video, on being bullied. Let me see where it's at. Letter writing campaign. Writing, oh God, yeah. But this is a weird short anyway. Okay, this is all the same day. I love you so much, Bullhorn Betty. Bullhorn Betty showed up and showed out. She went in there and lied. I would bet on it. I would bet on it. She had no business inserting herself, period. Controversy comes with the territory. Yeah, no. I mean, she's wearing the same outfit she's got on. Yeah. She's got the same outfit she has on now, so I'm guessing, I don't know how she's clipped this, if she's playing a live. It's really weird. But what she did is she clipped these after the live. So that's weird. Listen to her.
On YouTube, I guess it just comes with the territory, and depending on who you're dealing with, some people will handle it in a classy way, and then other people will handle it in a not so classy way, right? I'm dealing with my own bit of controversy. Take your money back. I'm dealing with my own bit of controversy. I don't share every aspect of my story, but you all are aware that I do have PTSD. And the stalking know my story pretty well. I don't share backtrack, and I'm not going to scatter away, and I'm not going to stop talking about Sebastian. I will always talk about Sebastian. When he is found, I will talk about him. When he gets justice served, like I think he will, and I'm not going to backtrack, and I'm not going to scatter away, and I'm not.
We'll do a little bit more of LadyFreedom tomorrow. I just wanted to give you, because it took so long with Betty, I just wanted to give you a little taste of what we're looking at. And I'm hoping this lays out the way I want it to. But tomorrow we're going to get into some of the her and White Boy stuff. And along with that comes her coverage in this case and how you'll see how she does things. Months ago, we reviewed her, and it was really bad. Yeah. So you'll see. It's a whole shit show. She's definitely a Lolcow. Definitely a Lolcow. She's going to be BHB suck CV mouth. Yeah, she's just another Karen. She's just another Karen. Yep. But it's crazy. It's just all crazy. Let's check on something real quick. I'm just curious. I know she's on one of her channels. Unless she didn't go live yet. Oops. It's not what I wanted to happen. Okay. Yeah, she didn't have Brittany. You don't even understand what a fundraiser is. But I'm just glad that money was raised. And okay, she's live on her backup channel doing drama that she wasn't going to do anymore. We'll peek real quick.
Her for what she can say, and when she had nothing, she will be nothing to them. Sad. Well, right now she's making things up, Crafty. A lot of the things she's saying,
She's going at Mallory.
True. It's not. Read my comment.
Yeah, thank you, Freddie, because I'm just going to keep doing me, and we're going to keep looking into other people besides Brittany's not the only one, the only Lolcow on YouTube. And, when that need be, we'll still look at her. And like now, we'll listen to a couple minutes. But I also want to check into this woman and Betty, and there's a couple others I want to look at. there's anything you guys want to review or somebody you want to look at, please let me know.
Bub's Spicy Housewife. And in between Shirley. That one. Wait a minute.
It's Troopers Moms.
Oh, Troopers Mom.
People that are active.
Okay, listen to this.
Oh, hold on a minute. Let me find it. Hopefully I don't. And yeah. This is where you need to vent your frustrations. Or talk about.
Wait a minute. I thought you weren't doing the responses anymore, Brittany. That lasted what, two lives. The third day you went in to into responding again. You know why? You can't help yourself. It's you thrive on it. It's what you want. And let's be honest, it's how you make your money. Because your chat and your views went way down. Nope, you couldn't have that. So you went back to doing the drama. No, it wouldn't last. Said it wouldn't last.
And talk away. Talk about it. Hey, Truth Seeker. Hey, Kitty Catty. All right. Nanny Sharon, thank you so much for the, I was just about to
I'm
get
muted?
started in my intro.
I wasn't.
There y'all
Was I
go.
muted? I was.
Wow. Nanny Sharon, thank you so much for the
You didn't hear me? We didn't hear anything? I'm sorry. I didn't know. I didn't think I was muted. I wasn't muted. No, my button's up. Brittany couldn't do it without the drama. Let's be honest. It's what she wants. She very much wants this. And also, let's be honest, her numbers were down in chat and in views, which means her money is down. No, she's not going to do that. No. But she's going to go in here and avoid the real person she's mad at. I mean, whatever. I mean, well, okay.
dollars. I appreciate that. I appreciate the past, and they can't let it be where it lies. But not only do people want to go back to the past, it very much looks like people want to rewrite history and be very.
Oh my God! Will you stop it? You can tell she watches all of us. She uses all the things people say. God, the girl's no originality. She even takes what everybody says.
That don't even matter. It shouldn't even matter. That are no one's business. I'm glad you chose that name, Brittany. Unbearable. Yes, Debbie says what? I love it. I love it. Oh, Nanny. Thank you so much. Look at that. Shoot, what am I
You
saying?
see? Back to the drama. She's getting the people in chat. She's got more in chat than she's had in her last two so-called true crime line, which wasn't true crime and was not a fundraiser. And she's getting the supers and the memberships. And besides that, Brittany thrives on this drama. She loves it.
Is that the right one? Here we go. Check this out.
No, we'll pass.
We get a membership. Thank you so much, Nick. Dude, when people buy membership gifts,
here we go.
Membership gifts need to go to the people that
she's been
are
on 33 minutes,
partaking.
and that's all she's talked about is the money she's getting. It all boils down to we all want memberships. Hell yeah, I do. You know what? I never drop my links in chat. Half the time, not even my membership link. But screw it. Everybody else does. I'm going to start doing it. Why not? You can't, why not? If it's okay for them, if it's okay for her every 2 to 3 minutes to have her links, I mean, they say they call me it anyway. I don't do it, but why not? I'm going to start. Nothing wrong with dropping your link sometimes. It's just don't spend 30 freaking minutes. Okay, she's going to spend an hour dry begging. And it's the truth.
Active and partaking in the chat at that moment. That's what I say. Boston, how you doing? I'm a gummy bear. I'm a gummy bear.
Oh,
True,
God,
Sam.
don't sing.
That's true. It's almost like it's weird how that works, but I agree with that.
All right. But anyway, she's doing the drama. I'm sure it'll be reviewed. I'm going to listen to it. We might review some of it because there's still some of last night. But in moderation because I want to do these other people. So, yeah, I don't want to play anymore. I've been on here long enough. Her true crime is playing someone else's coverage of all. Okay. Yeah, she murders videos too. They do. They they can really. That's one thing I didn't like when Uni would review anything because he'd end up murdering it, you know. And she does the same thing a lot of times. But yeah, I'm sure Jay's probably live. I'm sure somebody is playing her. If you don't want to watch her, Queen's live. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I'll be back on tomorrow and we'll move on. I'll have some more to show you. But like I said, that LadyFreedom was just to give you a taste of what we're getting ready to go to. But thank you all for hanging with me. I appreciate you. Thank you for the supers for me making my goal. And thank you for the membership. I appreciate it. You be some good misfits out there. All right. All right. Night all.